Day 2 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10 Grand Finals. We're still here with you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the show. My name is CelcomDigi together with, yes, this is still Red Queen. I'll do on a slightly different setup.
But it's pretty cool, right? I think I have to move forward every time I talk to the microphone. But yeah, it's a different setup, guys, because I'm actually staying over at a friend's house. But you know what? I cannot miss what is going to happen for today's set of matches, because we just know that there were a lot of teams that had an explosive performance yesterday. And if I'm going to be honest about it, I think Bigetron and VOIN Donkey is pretty much having the same idea when it comes to like who's going to come out on top when it comes to the leaderboards. What do you think?
Yeah, I believe that the leaderboard will still change today because we were only done with day number 1. So the numbers are still small, it's still close, and it will definitely still go up and down like a stock market, for sure, that is. But I'd also like to take a moment to also thank all our viewers out there who are watching this Ruthless Invitational Showdown across the world, that is. And why do I say that is because after yesterday's show, so I went out for supper with a friend at a restaurant nearby, and then the guy who's working there says that, "Hey, aren't you?" And I'm like, yeah. And he was like, "Oh, I just watched you a couple of hours ago." And I was like, "Yeah, it's the same shirt." so shout out to all of you out there. You're everywhere. We appreciate your audience. Thank you so much.
Exactly. And you know what we are waiting for Ruthless to make it happen is for us to have that LAN event. Everybody's just excited. I saw a lot of you guys down there in the comment section saying that, hey, you know what, the only things that that's actually missing for Ruthless Esports is for you guys to produce an like a LAN event. I want to see everyone. I want to do the commentary, of course, with you guys cheering for your favorite teams and your favorite players. I just trying to imagine like what the vibe would be. I feel like it's gonna be electrifying.
Oh, absolutely right. I mean, if you look at the comment section, how it goes wild when the team scores. Excuse me, my pipe is a bit clogged today. Yeah, when the team scores a chicken dinner, and then you see the comments just go wild, you can imagine how it would be in an arena itself. Yeah, and you guys don't need to imagine this because the format itself is the same as yesterday. We are in the grand finals, the best 16 teams selected from the playoffs. They'll be playing 6 matches throughout the entire day. But yeah, that LAN event needs to happen.
Oh, for sure. And of course, during the playoffs, you just know that we had like a total of 6 matches, right? Or yeah, 6 matches. But technically speaking, the teams actually just went through 4 matches. But yeah, today for the grand finals, again, we're going to go through 6 matches for all of the teams here. So that's how we're going to do the point system and everything else in between. And also, like for the grand finals, we are only going to have a total of 4 days.
4 days only. And today is the 2nd day, so it will run really fast. And in case, for whatever reason, you don't know who are the teams in the finals, yeah, these are your favorite teams up here. They will not be playing a round robin, so they will all be playing every single round. So don't need to worry about like, oh, is my favorite team playing this round? Are they going to come back next round? Something like that. Don't worry about it, guys. You can stay throughout the entire 6 matches because they will be here with us as well.
Yes, for sure. And I'm already having I'm doing a screenshot inside my head, okay, like which teams I'm gonna pick for today's set of matches. But before we jump into the games, the actual games, we're gonna introduce the teams that will be participating for the grand finals, just in case you didn't know what happened during the playoffs. So we got VOIN Donkey, FaZe, HORAA Esports coming from Nepal, and of course we've got Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, so these are the teams, and of course there are many more coming up, including Champions Esports, DRS Gaming, Tribe Aeromacy, and Vampire Esports. And Tribe Aeromacy, they narrowly did not make it into the grand finals. In fact, during the last game, they were ousted into number 17. But the opportunity came to them, and now they are in the grand finals, and they're showing why they deserve to be here in the grand finals.
Exactly. And as I am actually going through some technical difficulties, I'm going to read to you just which teams are also going to be participating here tonight. And we got CelcomDigi Alliance, we got RQ, Alter Ego Eras, Talon Esports. And speaking of Alter Ego Eras, okay, I just have to say, and I just have to put it out there, Sir Cloud, that Rosemary, it was his debut yesterday, and he turned into a complete maniac inside the battlefield and just scored plenty of points for himself. I mean, it was Sky of HORAA Esports during the playoffs that was a bit unstoppable in the battlefield. But yesterday, it was Rosemary.
Yeah, well, we don't know if it's his debut or not, but we'll take it at face value, right? Because there's some rumors flying around that Badru is actually Rosemary, so we just take it as Rosemary's first day yesterday. Yeah, that's fine. That's officially it's his picture, it's his name, and so on and so forth. So yeah, we just keep to that. Rosemary made his debut, and he was explosive yesterday, and now he is the leading MVP.
I just love the fact that the fans really does invest a lot of time just to make sure that they know when a certain player is really actually playing in the battlefield and in just like using a pseudo name, right? I mean, Badru, we know this player. I think he is also part of the official roster for Alter Ego Eras, but then again, when it comes to the play style, when it comes to the movements, I think everyone just know, that's not Badru, that's Rosemary.
Yeah, sometimes it's just by looking at how they play, right? Because for me, knowing Badru, he used to play actively way back then. Now, I guess he's still part of the roster, perhaps, but not as active of a player. His play style is clearly different than Rosemary. Just putting it out there. And I'm sure the fans, especially from the Indonesian region, who watch all these Indonesian teams a little bit closer, you would know what I'm talking about. So that sometimes gives away that move ain't him. Although to the naked eye, it might look like, okay, they just move the same, they shoot the same. But nah, if you watch it long enough, you can tell the difference.
Exactly. And just yesterday, one of the highlights I can probably still talk about was the fact that Rosemary actually went up against two players from another team during an end game. I just forgot, which team was it against, Sir Cloud?
Oh, you're testing my memory now.
Was it D Savior? I think it was D Savior, right?
Okay. Well, what we're sure right now is Rosemary is our MVP, our overall MVP as of now, as what we mentioned earlier on. 15 eliminations collected by Rosemary, 3,630 damage, 56 utilities used. Let's remember, we played 6 games yesterday, so this is close to about 9 utilities used per round and an average survival time of 19 minutes and 47 seconds, putting him as the overall MVP. Even if you compare to the average, he is way ahead, especially when it comes to the damage output and eliminations.
Just getting back to what I was saying moments ago, it was a 2v1 situation in ERANGEL, and when he actually went for that spray, he was able to inflict a lot of damage, but just not enough to put that player down. But if we can reimagine what happened, if we can have an alternate ending, right? If he was able to shut down that player, then it was a 50-50% chance between Rosemary and his opposition, right? But of course, handling 2 players at the same time can be overwhelming at times, and even Rosemary had to succumb to his demise during that part. But again, I think we can say that it was, of course, a valiant effort. It was still a phenomenal performance coming from Rosemary, and I think everyone, even if one of the audiences there, or maybe you are a part of the audience who doesn't really appreciate Rosemary, I think because of that, what happened in ERANGEL when he was able to still kind of rep up his flag, I think you're gonna appreciate what he did inside the battlefield.
Well, we have to also appreciate all the other faces here besides Rosemary. Tony K, Alva, Federalis, Krypton coming up here as the overall fraggers. Of course, it's only day 1 yesterday, so the gap is not that big yet. Tony K with 12, Alva, Federalis, Krypton with 11 eliminations, only separated by the damage output. And the fact that we have 3 players from Alter Ego here, one of the reasons is because that they had an explosive round yesterday with 19 eliminations. So that's still the record to beat.
19. Yes, you are absolutely right, Sir Cloud. And also, there was a clutch moment between Federalis and Zio of Tribe Aeromacy when he was actually caught off guard by Zio, and then he was able to actually hide himself behind a stacked up boxes, and he was able to respond with a great counter, and he was able to win that fight. I think that's one of the best fights that I've seen, in yesterday's event. But of course, we're looking at the overall rankings here, ladies and gents. Alter Ego Eras, with that massive performance yesterday, they were able to sit at the top spot with 64 points. That's actually a 10-point lead up against Talon Esports, who already scored 2 chicken dinners here. So no chicken dinner, no problem for the side of Alter Ego.
Yeah, but on page number 2, these teams wouldn't mind a chicken dinner or two, as they are currently here. FaZe Clan, number 16, 22 points, but because it's only one day, so we can see that the points are still very, very close. Vikings, they scored the last chicken dinner yesterday. That's why they boost up to number 10 now. One more good round, and they should be in page number 1, coming up from the depths of the bottom. A C1 or Champions Esports, they also had decent moments. They were once at number 16 and now at least at number 13, because again, nobody wants to be at that dreaded number 16. So teams like FaZe Clan, they need to find their way out.
Yeah, and there was actually a lot of exciting things that happened yesterday. When we started, I think the matches yesterday, it was Champions Esports, I think, who is at the bottom, and even HORAA Esports. At some point in time yesterday, they were at the bottom of the leaderboard, but they were able to actually redeem themselves with just one match. So basically, what can happen here in today's set of matches is that one good game can alter everything. And I think we can say the same when a team actually goes through a bad game, right? I mean, they can be pushed even further down the leaderboard. So it's going to be an exciting 6 matches again here, ladies and gents. And speaking of matches, and again, this is how it's going to go down. The map sequence is still pretty much the same thing. We're going to kick things off in ERANGEL for the match number 7. And then we're going to have 2 Miramars in between, 2 ERANGELs in between. And then we're going to cap things off, of course, in the barren desert of Miramar once again.
Yeah, and these are our top performers for this map itself. Alter Ego, Talon, BTR, and Sem9, with the highest average rank points held by Talon by far, 7.67, because they scored 2 chicken dinners. And Alter Ego holds the highest eliminations, 10, and also the average damage output because of their 19 elimination haul yesterday. But can that again is something that we will observe, because right now we have to do our predictions.
Oh, man. Okay. Here we go again. Okay, I think I'm gonna start today. Okay, so I'm gonna stick with my tradition. I'm gonna open up with HORAA Esports. There's plenty of things that HORAA needs to do, and I think they can start in the first match.
All right, I'll start off with the big boys as well. Let's go for Alter Ego. Bring it on.
Oh, production. I feel like you're gonna go for VOIN Donkey. I just have this feeling, but of course, I don't want to give you a point if ever that happens. But I have this much faith to HORAA Esports. Yesterday wasn't really their best day. I feel like they're still testing out the so to say the waters, right? They're still testing out their rhythm. Yesterday was the first day of the grand final, so I feel like they're still trying to acquaint themselves with some of the new approaches that the opposition must be offering. So I feel like now that they've have gone through the first broadcast, I feel like they have something big for us today.
Okay, yeah, feeling the lobby right after day 1. Yeah, getting them feels of this exact 16 teams, what they're gonna do, where they're gonna drop, what they're gonna play, and all that. Yeah, and today might be the day that we might see more page 2 teams rise up. In fact, towards the end of yesterday, like Vikings, they scored their chicken dinner. So that's a sign, that's an indication that we might still see these phase 2 teams rise up to the occasion. And I love that story. I love to see more and more teams rising up to the occasion, taking up the challenge, so that when it comes to day 4, before we crown the champion, the last few games, we will have as many as possible of teams that's able to snatch the throne away.
I do wonder though, because we have been talking about these two teams yesterday, Vikings and Champions Esports. We actually consider them as the dark horses in this competition. So I do wonder, after a great performance yesterday coming from Vikings, can they actually sustain the kind of play style for today's set of matches? Do you think that they can bring the same energy from that game where they actually scored a lot back to the set of matches today?
Well, depends on what kind of sleep they had last night. If they had a good sleep, then they'll probably be able to bring it to the table. But if they don't, then I'll be a little bit worried. But everything will be proven on the battleground. Are you ready for game 1? Let's head on to ERANGEL.
You know, I want to shout just to give you guys an idea just how excited I am for today's set of matches, but I'm going to keep my cool for now because I feel like somebody's going to knock on the door and say that, hey, you're too noisy, you have to evacuate. But that's not going to happen, ladies and gents, because we're going to keep things tight for us here, just pretty much like what the teams is about to do in our first match here in ERANGEL. But let's focus on the players, of course, that's been getting some titles since yesterday. Most eliminations, most knockouts. We've got Rosemary here coming from Alter Ego Eras after a grand debut yesterday. Man, this guy is like already at the top.
And he's all across the charts here. Everything. Most headshots, most eliminations, highest damage. Even his highest damage is 1,000 ahead of Sky for HORAA Esports. Eliminations, 3 ahead of Tony K. We did review that earlier on. Most knockouts, also number 1 as of now. But can he maintain that kind of performance throughout the day? Day 1 was great. But it's not about how you start. It's about how you end.
How you finish. So you guys, the teams need to finish strong. But you know what? This is a different flight path from the flight paths that we've experienced yesterday in ERANGEL. So most of the time we see that the flight paths favoring the south side of ERANGEL. So we did see a couple of times, you know, teams that chose to drop around the military base. I mean, FaZe Clan at some point, you know, they dropped in here, and maybe even VOIN Donkey. I think they've had a couple of drop clashes that happened around military base. And Team Secret, they do love to drop around Novo, but it's going to be a different thing right now because we got FaZe on a different spot here, probably close to the rim of the circles. So since that we do see now the initial zone, and it's over to the west side of ERANGEL here, we can see that Vikings as well as Team Secret now the focal teams that we have inside the zone.
Oh, but what we see on screen, FaZe Clan passing by Sam9, Dewey. Oh, wrong turn for Dewey. Oh, he still get 1 knock. Okay, follow up, maybe. Did Dewey get it? Did we get the rest of them? Okay, now we have them on screen. And look at FaZe Clan, Dewey actually got it. 2 players of Sam9 eliminated just like that.
Yeah, and it's so bad. They didn't even have any weapons to defend themselves with, so that's gotta hurt. But anyway, I mean, Sam9 definitely can still continue. They did have a vehicle, so they can probably go off some playcells and get themselves prepped up before they can get into any fights for stage 1 here. But yeah, that was an unfortunate start for Sam9, but all good, you know, for the side of FaZe, since at the onset they were able to bag 2 points.
Yeah, can't complain about those 2 points, right? And because of those 2 points, now they officially move up to number 15, no longer at number 16. Instead, a DRS is the one pushed down. So, yeah, that is as of now. And of course, FaZe Clan, a Phase 2 team, we did discuss about this. If there are more Phase 2 teams who are able to perform, why not?
We got a heavy spray coming from Champions Esports right now. Ooh, okay. It's a great one. We did have the element of surprise, but unfortunately for Champions Esports, they do have great reflex as well. So that was a point for Pubg, but here comes Crypto now with an attack. A double barrel shotgun bagging the point. So I think they are winning the fight. Is Alter Ego Eras winning the fight? I think it's Champions though.
It looks like champions. Alter Ego. They might only have one player left on the other side. Make that two. Rosemary and Krypton, the final two players for Alter Ego. Alpha and Daybot. It's on the ground. Rosemary gunned down. Now it's only one player left. Can he be the hero for Alter Ego as Champions Esports? They're marking him down. They know that they're inside the building. And Champions Esports will wipe out Alter Ego.
Well, there goes your pick, Sir Cloud. Okay, I'm not saying I'm happy. It's just that, Sir Cloud already bagged 4 points for himself. So I think it's time for me to bag my first point today. But anyway, getting back into the action here, ladies and gents, we can see HORAA Esports staying in Yasnaya. You just know that Talon Esports also within proximity here, but we are not seeing any push happen just yet. And the Sky just, of course, monitoring the situation. From where he is staying, actually, that's a great vantage point. He can definitely see his enemies pushing through if ever they already decide to move forward.
Yeah, so with that kind of line of sight, then at least he'll be able to keep check onto the nearest opponents. I'm looking at the movement of FaZe Clan. Seems to be rather interesting, the fact that they went back into mid to the base. But that's fine. That was probably their plan all along. So they had to make a big turn into mid to the base. But the moment they want to cross the bridge, they will be unchallenged. So that's okay for them. Circle-wise, it is a 50-50 between the northern side and also main peninsula. So this will be a challenge for these teams to decide on where to go. But I would also expect that Gaka Mountain to be a focal point for these teams. Now, SEM9 and Vikings.
We got Micah on the screen right now using, okay, he does have a shotgun and an AKM. Okay, those are two lethal weapons right here. We got Teens, of course, with the DPS as well. Here comes the attack. Oh, he lost to that fight. Micah effectively actually executing that plan that he had, jumping from the second floor to the ground just to catch him off guard.
And at least M9, they score back 1 point. And they are now around the area hospital, which is it's an okay position in the circle, but you don't want to be in a overly obvious position. But it's obvious to Viking now. I wonder if they want to try to crash in and take advantage or seek revenge for their fallen comrade. As they should have the information that they have more players or more numbers against M9.
Well, if you do have the numbers, that would always be the advantage. But here comes D-Savior again at the top of the Gatka Mountain. I'm pretty sure that there will be other teams that will challenge them for this very spot, since it's a focal point here in the zone. And as for the teams that will try to make their way coming from the east side, I feel like there will be a lot of cleanups that will definitely happen right at the rim of the circle. Probably Rozok. I think Rozok part is going to be a bloodfest right in there, just because of the amount of teams that are headed towards that specific direction. But as for Facebook becoming from the military base, I think it's going to be a clear entry point for them. So I feel like, they're still going to be safe here. But as for like HORAA Esports, Talon, we also got VOIN Donkey. I feel like at some point, even before we get to stage 3 perhaps, I think a fight is definitely going to ensue here.
Yeah. Especially around the Gaka Mountain, that could potentially happen too.
As well, yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a valuable position. So I would expect like teams to go there. But teams are probably thinking of like, we might as well wait for stage 2, get a better idea of where the circle is. If it's the Gaka Mountain that we need to take, then D-Savior will need to be prepared to defend.
Well, for BTR as well as SEM9, perhaps, I think like if they're going to go for the top of the mountain here, it's going to be an uphill battle, literally. But, D-Savior, these guys haven't always been a tough competitor in any tournament. So I feel like today they have their eyes set on like at least being at the top 5. We need D-Savior to show up in today's set of matches. They're playing it kind of chill, but yeah, the audience is kind of already hungry, from some action coming from this amazing Vietnamese team. And as for the other teams, we got RQ on screen right now. They're they are going to come from the north side of the circle because they have been staying around north or Georgia Pool. But I feel like this time it's inevitable. They're going to come and have a conflict with Team Secret as well as even maybe Tribe Aeromacy just because of their overall position.
Yeah, and based on this circle as well, the Gaka Mountain will be an interest for a lot of teams. I noticed that BTR is by the foot of the Gaka Mountain. We are thinking about challenging the Xavier. So that's something that we will observe. So far, no fights erupted yet. For the other teams, some of them decide to still stay at the north, including Team Secret. But since stage 2 is this kind of circle, it's very, very likely they will pull to the main peninsula. So I'm sure Team Secret is aware of that. Now, back onto the Gaka Mountain.
Here we go. I mean, VOIN Donkey, they had a a pretty strong performance since yesterday, and they did finish off the playoffs at the top spot. So perhaps they would want to replicate that same thing, for the grand finals. And right now they're making a move up against D Savior here. And just like as what we've predicted, there will be teams that would try to snatch this spot from D Savior just because of the fact that it does provide great vantage point, and whoever is at the top, of course, it would be easier for them to assume a lot of points. And just like what is happening right now with Vexy, I mean, he just got knocked down on the ground. And that is, of course, coming from not the Savior, but Sleepy of HORAA Esports.
Well, GenForce gets a member of Vikings at least. And inside of South Jogo Pool, the other members of Vikings are deciding on where to go. And they'll probably leave Jogo Pool now. It's not worth it for them to continue to stay there. And they're splitting up. One is going all the way to the left, and Superman is cutting across Hospital. Probably both teams or both players, they're just spreading out, gather information, where's the best spot to be at without any other teams, and then they will meet there.
Okay, I haven't seen DRS just yet, but we all know DRS. It's always a late gameplay. They always prioritize, of course, to be in a strategic position, just so when it comes to like the latter stage of the matches here, I feel like that's the time that they're gonna start racking up points here. But for now, it's still early since we just at stage 2, so I feel like they're still making their rotations. But anyway, for Bigetron, and these guys love to stay in the middle of the circle here, so they're not afraid to engage in any fights whatsoever. If we're gonna be talking about their current position, they're close and also within proximity with D Savior. They are probably at the foot of the mountain here. They're also close with the boys of CelcomDigi Alliance. So those are just the possibilities, of course, of like encounters we can witness in just a while.
And where will the circle go that will force that encounter? Gaka Mountain! Alright. We got BTR at the foot of the Gaka Mountain. Still D Xavier on top of it. No team really wants to challenge D Xavier yet, but they might be forced to with this sort of circle because not everybody can play on the lower ground. There's not enough space.
Absolutely right. But anyway, VOIN Donkey already at the deficit here. I mean, we also what happened with Vexy just moments ago. They tried to go up against D Savior, and since they realized that, hey, this is not going to work out for us, they stepped back. But unfortunately, they lost Vexy. But here comes the attack now. Razak defending himself, and he was able to shut down 1T in an instant. So that is a job well done for Razak. Even though VOIN Donkey is already at a disadvantage here, they're not afraid to get into any fights here inside a battlefield.
Well, that's only one. And now it's only Superman left. The final player for Vikings. What a difficult spot. I guess he's just trying to, I don't know, grab the attention by shooting the ground. I'm not sure what Superman is doing there. Or he's trying to make a hole so he can hide in it.
Oh.
Like a Joe will make a hole in his body with that nade, and Vikings is down.
I don't even understand what he was doing, but okay, he must have a reason for it. I mean, he should be pointing that gun to his enemies, but yeah, he's just pointing it in the air, probably the ground. I don't know, maybe he's also having some sort of technical difficulties. We don't exactly know. But anyway, we already have, again, another team that just got eliminated. That would be Sem9, bagging only 1 elimination point here. So that's not exactly how you want to start games here. But coming off the kill feed, it's Talon Esports as well, losing some players. And then we got on the screen here, Example doing a massive spray up against an enemy here who's just trying to pass by. But unfortunately, man, he was able to tag him, and they escaped with their lives. I think those are the boys coming from CelcomDigi Alliance, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yes, now on the elimination feed, yeah, that was the one down, waiting for the other members to show up. Olio eliminated by Levi's. Okay, it's getting busy across the map. CelcomDigi Alliance out at number 13, no points collected. As for Team Seeker, here comes Trangzin. He wants to collect his elimination point. Underneath the bridge, my friend. Underneath the bridge.
Okay, so Tribe Aeromacy right now going up against RQ. We got Ayok already on the ground here, but that is, of course, coming from Talon Esports from the kill feed. No confirmation coming through just yet, so I feel like he is down and wounded. Lamborghini, however, just got shut down by No Fear of HORAA Esports. So, yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to shut down at least one play from D-Savior, that could pave the way for them to get to the top here and finish off the job here. But Sleepy needs to find another angle that could best work for the team here. Again, they do need to shut down one more before they could even charge.
Oh, but look at the circle. Moved away from the Gatka Mountain. Now the Gatka Mountain is no longer valuable. D-Savior, they lost a couple of players to the hands of HORAA Esports. HORAA Esports might as well finish up the job at this point. But Parajin won't make it easy for them. Sleepy will be gunned down. Now Parajin is the only player left as his teammate will be finished off as well. Now they're looking for Parajin. They know that he's behind their vehicle. Sky lobbing this nade. Should land onto Parajin, but Parajin moved away.
Oh, this is going to be crucial for the side of HORAA Esports just because of the fact that, okay, 3 players already knocked down on the ground here. Parajin already made a move, trying to get closer, okay? Supreme already got knocked down as well, but this is a 1v1 situation, trying to dance it off. Who's going to get served? Ooh, it was Parajin, ladies and gents. Sky, again, the knight in shining armor. HORAA Esports survives, and the best part is that they get to still be complete up until the latter stages of this match.
Yeah, and still, so far, what they have collected is 5 eliminations. So that's still pretty nice. One of the most eliminations collected so far. As for DRS, a team that needs a lot of points on the board to get out of page number 2. On the outside of the circle, they see teams rotating past the Gatka Mountain. So they have an idea that, okay, a lot of teams are on the right side. Maybe if you want to play a bit safer, we can rotate to the left.
Okay, what I'm seeing right now is the possibility of Tribe Aeromacy going up against FaZe because they're close to each other. Both of the teams here are holding on to a compound, but I don't see Tribe Aeromacy pushing for now just because of the fact that they are outnumbered by FaZe, and I feel like FaZe they've already positioned themselves better compared to Tribe Aeromacy. So to actually push forward now could be not good on the side of Tribe Aeromacy. But let's see what's going to happen because we've got some teams coming from Gatka, of course. That would be DRS and HORAA Esports. And I feel like over to the east side, southeast side, there will be a lot of fights. It's definitely going to happen here because BT are also standing guard over to the south side and might have an altercation with DRS.
Yeah, and BTR, they are found by those teams. Not forcing their fight yet. DRS passing by, trying to get into the circle. They don't necessarily need to focus on the BTR to get in. But BTR don't need to focus as well. They can let Example go because there's a bigger team to focus, and that's HORAA Esports from the Gatka Mountain. That the moment they come down, if they choose to come down the DRS side, then they will surely take that fight. But it seems like HORAA Esports, no, they're going to move the other way. Now BTR is going to try to take advantage of this situation and try to collect that point onto Example.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a bloodfest just because of the fact that we do have 3 teams here trying to have a trade-off. But I feel like DRS is not in the best of spots just because they are actually in between BTR and HORAA Esports. And now that the circle already shifted, oh man, this fight will now have to push through. let's just see which of these three teams are actually going to step into the circle, while Delta back to his point. No Fear already gone, and then Delta, of course, trying to go for that second piece of kill. And yes, he was able to bag it, but unfortunately, he gets tagged as well.
And Sleepy finishes off Delta. And for the rest of DRS, Kante and Example, it's going to be hard for them to move forward. Circle doesn't favor them. BTR is still onto them. Kante sends a nade onto BTR, but a little bit too short. BTR, they're cooking their own nade as well. Look at Federalis and his nade. If they can get this knot, they surely charge forward to finish off that elimination point. Now GK as HORAA Esports. Razy comes in, and that is the end of Kante.
Oh man, okay. Now we love what is happening on the screen here, just because we only have 9 teams remaining, and just like that, ladies and gents, HORAA Esports, I think, also got eliminated. That's a confirmation coming through. But Bigetron, okay. They seem to be doing well. FaZe Clan already managed to book 3 points in the pocket. We've got Team Secret coming from the east side. DRS also got eliminated, which brings us down to just 8 teams remaining over here. And I do hear a lot of gunshots from the surrounding place, and I feel like, yeah, it's Vampire Esports right now going up against Bigetron by Vitality. Uh-oh, and this is not looking too good for the side of Bigetron, just because of the fact that 2 of the players actually cooped up inside that shack.
Yeah, and if they can send 1 nade across, then it will be good enough. But instead, Onzens knocks down Malabik. Federalis is still there together with him. And now they're sending nades across. This could be a big one here. First nade exploded. Federalis is still fine, but Malabik is still bleeding out. Tony K cooks his nade together with Onzens. And that is it for BTR. The 2 players out to the hands of Vampire.
I mean, it was a pretty obvious outcome just because of their position, but it's okay. I mean, this is just the first match this evening. Plenty more chances that they could make up for those lost points. But anyway, 7 teams remaining here, and Vampire Esports taking their sweet time. Yeah, they're not getting into any engagements whatsoever. Probably going for zone control, since they are the only teams down south, and most of the teams already up there. We got RQ, FaZe, Tribe, Aeromacy, VOIN Donkey, Team Secret, and even Cast, you know, coming from Champions Esports, the last remaining player here. Okay, I was about to say that his position might not be compromised just yet, but GK here, man, I think he smelled blood, and now he's hunting down this last player from Champions. Oh!
Yeah, that's it. The final blow came from Trangzin, eliminating him. And Team Secret, 10 elimination points so far with GK, netting 5 for himself. And now Trangzin is looking for his next elimination. But the next team is no pushover, Vampire Esports.
Okay, I thought they're gonna get, you know, like maybe wait up until, you know, the other teams decide to go at it, but I feel like Vampire Esports cannot wait any longer, and just in time, because the zone already shifted once more and it had favored the north side, so it only makes sense that they're going to challenge up the boys of Team Secret here. Right now we are looking at Vampires. They do have that high ground. It's a potato hill, yes, but you always have to make all the advantages work to your side, and that's exactly what we are seeing coming from Vampire Esports. Now we got Trang already down on the ground here, which is of course puts Team Secret in a world of danger here. We got Frankie cooking up a nade here, but can he shut down even at least one from Vampire?
Well, Vampire, they are still a 4-man strong squad, and they have the high ground advantage against Team Secret. Ooh, Tony K takes a lot of damage. Now try to heal up, but from the side, Frankie managed to get Schweppes. Schweppes, he wanted to try a cheeky one, but found out by Frankie. Now Frankie, 10% of health left. He has to heal up himself.
All right, here we go. Trang, Lepar. Man, Killfade already starting to light up here, ladies and gents. It's a domination coming from FaZe, bagging 5 LMs right now. It's going to be tough. We still cannot really pinpoint, you know, out of this 5 teams, just who is going to bag the winner chicken dinner. Right now, as we speak, we got Shrebs down on the ground. I don't think a pickup is still going to happen, or is it still going to happen? I think it already happened, but if we're going to be looking at the charts here, it's actually FaZe Clan who is, I mean, who has the biggest chance of scoring the first chicken dinner, just because of the fact that perhaps they are holding on to a compound. But I can pretty much say the same thing to VOIN Donkey.
Well, if it's FaZe Clan, then it's great, because before we started this round, they were at number 16, so that will give us another sign that the rise of the page 2 teams is on the way. Now, speaking about FaZe Clan, Macarius will be knocked out by the Peko. RRQ tries to defend their ground, but FaZe Clan, they're charging in. Dewey, moves in the direction. Tony K still putting focus onto Team Secret. Frankie will be naded down by Schwartz. Only GK left within the smoke, 50% of health.
Frankie 007, man, it's not working out for him, obviously. He might be an agent, but right now he is facing the ground. Vampire Esports, man, literally obliterating everyone. They already managed to bag 9 points for themselves. I think we got Shrefs over here bagging most of the kills. We got Newsy popping off some smokes here, getting ready perhaps to maybe challenge some of the points of RQ. We don't exactly know just yet, but I can see it's VOIN Donkey right now having the trade-off with RQ.
Okay, the Peko now cooking up his nades. Who's at the side? Okay, okay. That's one there. What a nade by the Peko! Nice 3-pointer on the Gacho to finish him off. And now, top 4 teams still. FaZe Clan still full squad. Vampire Esports full squad as well. But for VOIN Donkey, only Razak left. He will be still in this game to hold on for positioning points. RRQ, they're no longer putting too much attention onto him. They're planning their next move.
You know what? I'm pretty sure that RQ already knows that they have the advantage. They have the leverage up against VOIN Donkey, but somehow they're not leaving the compound just yet. But perhaps, because of the fact that they can see FaZe Clan from that side of the mountain right there. But then again, FaZe Clan is, well, busy dealing with Vampire Esports, but then we do understand the hesitation coming from RQ, and there you go. The moment Genfuzz actually stepped inside the zone, that was already his demise. So we do have one more player from RQ, that will be Peko, and one more player coming from VOIN Donkey, that will be Razak. So I feel like both of the players here are just going to focus on longevity.
Macarius just healed up, and Tony K probably thinking of flanking him. Macarius, he has to get away. He's probably surrounded right now. And Vampire Esports, they're still not letting go of FaZe Clan. Red Bull is inside of hospital, but inside hospital is not within the circle. Now FaZe Clan will take advantage of taking up this high ground since Vampire Esports, they abandoned it.
Okay, here we go. The fight continues on, ladies and gents. And Peko, that's confirmation coming through. RQ just got eliminated here, which brings us down, of course, to just 3 teams remaining. It's a 4v4 between FaZe and Vampires, of course, but Razak coming in from behind Chopper. So do you think that maybe Razak can maybe do a backstab here up against Chopper? But let's see. I mean, Chopper already facing towards his direction, so I'm pretty sure that they've already gotten a whiff of that situation. Chopper trying to get close with a buggy, trying to pick up some information as to where Razak is exactly, but now I think he was already spotted him, or he already spotted him, and now with the attack with using an S12K, he was able to bag the point. VOIN Donkey got eliminated at 3rd place.
Now it's between Vampire Esports and FaZe Clan. And all Thailand finale, 4v4, 50-50, both teams in the circle. We still have stage number 8. Keep your eye off the circle in about 20 more seconds. FaZe Clan on the other end, while Vampire Esports, they have a bit of elevation to play with. And FaZe Clan, they are not near enough. They have to close the gap if they want to take a frontal approach fight against Vampire.
Okay, here we go. Both of the teams are cooking up their own nades, or maybe it's just Vampire Schweppes. Okay, he kind of switched. We got Red Bull keeping a close eye onto Newsy. Okay, this is I can say a good angle for Red Bull. I mean, if you can hold on to multiple angles, then I guess you already have the advantage against your opposition. But Tony K on prone, like a snake here. Can he bite? Can he, of course, go for a sneaky attack here up against FaZe?
And he go for the Viper Strike.
Yeah.
Still snaking. Both sides, they have an idea of where each other is at. In fact, FaZe Clan right now, at least one player is on the outside of the circle that needs to move in. And that also means that he will further expose himself. Onzens is driving behind. Is he thinking of something creative? Maybe to flank a member of FaZe Clan? Maybe Dewey?
Yeah, that could be the case. Again, it's not just about the mechanical skills here. It's also about outsmarting your opponents. And right now it's a standoff. I mean, we still are in stage 8. Probably these teams would love to, like, maybe get into stage 9 just to really maximize the placement points. Nobody's moving forward. I mean, yeah, we can see some smokes getting popped off, but I think, you know, what we can see from the teams here is that they're kind of reserved.
Yeah, exactly. But both teams actually compete them too. FaZe Clan is even further down the corner. So if any team will face or feel the pressure, it's definitely going to be FaZe Clan because they don't want to be that at the end. Now, you are at the very end. We are at the very end of our circle. This is stage 9 closing officially. First team will be FaZe Clan, so pressure is onto them to move forward.
Yep, and also the Blue Reapers kind of like already being impatient now, like, okay, I'm gonna move and devour you both if you guys are not gonna fight. But anyway, here comes Schweppes cooking up a nade here. Could potentially shut down Dewey and Chopper, you know, at this kind of proximity. And there you go, Schweppes with that nade, and Chopper automatically goes down. And now Vampire Esports obviously does have the advantage up against FaZe. Let's see what's going to happen next. Can FaZe still counter? No, sir. Dewey again caught a nade to the face here, and Vampire Esports continues to dominate with those great eliminations.
Oh, on the rampage right now is Vampire Esports, 10 eliminations. Here comes Red Bull. Red Bull will get one, but from behind, Red Bull shot by the final player of Vampire Esports, and Vampire Esports will open their account today.
Well, it's about time. You know, I have been waiting for Vampire Esports to step up into this competition, and it's a nice thing that come day number 2 of the grand finals, we are now seeing an explosive performance coming from Tony K and the crew. This is the first chicken dinner for them, right?
Yeah, in the grand finals.
Yes.
These first for Vampire Esports. What a game this is. At absolute control of teams and also the circle. I would say that this is a very tactical approach deployed by Vampire Esports to lock in the chicken dinner.
It was. I mean, we've seen them really stay around south part area of ERANGEL. They were not actually joining into any engagement. They waited patiently. They know when to peek, and actually they know when to strike, which is of course great skills to master when you guys are going for pro here. I mean, Vampire Esports absolutely picking the right battles, you know, from inside the games, which is absolutely working out for them. And now they've secured their first chicken dinner. I do wonder if they're going to sustain this kind of pace up until maybe the 6th match this evening, because we want more. We want more action just like this one coming from Vampire Esports.
Yeah, we definitely would like to see more of that, right? This team has a lot of firepower. Just look at this. Every single one of them can shoot, and that's how they contributed towards elimination points at the end of the day, and obviously even damage. So if is any one of them a support player, I can't really tell, because everyone is a Fragger skill set.
At this point, Sir Cloud, because I mean, meta actually always evolving, and we've got a lot of young bloods, you know, popping here and there. I feel like at this point you need to be able to manage your own self, you know, carry your own weight, so to speak, and be flexible with a lot of roles, from like being part of the team here, to be able to really make it at the top, you know, in the competitive scene. And speaking of making it to the top, we also have flashing on the screen here teams that perform for match number 7. So aside from that, Vampire Esports, we also got FaZe, we also got Team Secret, and of course VOIN Donkey coming from Indonesia.
Yeah, so our top 4 teams here, if we were to zoom in on some of the stats, FaZe Clan actually travel team or about 13,000 meters travel as compared to the rest of them. But VOIN Donkey made it here into top 4 teams to watch with the least full squad time of 15 minutes 25 seconds. So still have to give them the credit for that. And they did do very well here, especially defending their warehouse earlier.
Yeah.
Comparing the head-to-head between the two high teams, Vampire Esports and FaZe Clan, And even though their eliminations are a bit different, but their damage output is almost same.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, if we're gonna compare the elimination points of FaZe to Vampire Esports, obviously it's a double digit coming from Vampire, but the damage output is just pretty much the same thing. So only goes to show that Vampire Esports has been more effective, slightly more effective compared to FaZe in terms of translating those damage output into an elimination point.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about the points, right? So obviously Vampire Esports had more value here. But the player with the most value is Shopper from FaZe Clan. 6 eliminations. Wow, that is majority of the eliminations collected by FaZe Clan, dishing out a 910 damage output at the same time.
Shopper went shopping for points. That's how we should put it, Sir Cloud. But yeah, 910 damage output with only 10 utilities used in the match. I can say that's still pretty cool to witness inside the battlefield. But of course, we also have some other top performers as well for this round. We got Shreps coming from Vampire Esports. We got GK from Team Secret. And of course, Onzen. So we do have a couple of players coming from Vampire here, repping up the flag.
Yeah, and I expected to see a GK here as well. I mean, him as an individual, he did perform well for Team Secret, and they scored 10 or more eliminations in total, and at least half of them came from GK. Yeah, team contribution 50%. So doing the math, that's 10 eliminations total. Now, overall numbers: Vampire Esports 23 points, FaZe Clan 14 points. Hopefully this will continue for FaZe Clan. They don't want to be on page 2. And then you have Team Secret with 13 points. But on the other end, Talon Esports, who did very well yesterday, no points. Same goes for CelcomDigi Alliance.
Yeah. Okay, so I do have a question, and this has been playing in my mind since yesterday. So, I mean, teams, they do have the option whether or not they're going to be performing for us, just because, okay, we've already secured a slot in the grand finals, and we just want to see, how teams are going to also play, how they're going to be performing, how are they going to do the rotations, how they're going to be putting up the fights, and going up against their enemies. So, maybe that, and also, okay, I want to make a statement. I want to be the top dogs. I want to show everyone just what I can do, and the rest of my team can bring into the table. So again, so many things that this could play out, but when it comes to the team's agenda, or maybe even the intention, we don't exactly know. So we are at the mercy of their let's say mood when it comes to playing in the games. But for the throwables used, it's a total of 253, which is I can say still falls under an average thing that we see on screen here. But for the airdrops, it's a total of 3, which is okay. And Delta was the one who it was a Delta example. It comes from DRS, so that's the longest elimination distance.
Yeah, okay, here are the points here. Those are the stats that might or might not lead to this. So Alter Ego, despite the Muni collecting 1 point this round, they're still at number 1. Talon, no points, still at number 2. Vampire Esports, welcome to the podium spot with that chicken dinner. 52 points collected,
Wow.
and it's number 3 right now. But on page 2, if FaZe Clan goes up, somebody has to go down. Unfortunately, that had to be DRS.
Yes, exactly. But you know what? We still have to give props, to FaZe by moving up 5 ranks here and putting out a total of 36 points. And then we got RQ moving up 2 with 33. And this is something so unusual for us to see DRS at the bottom of the overall rankings here. Same thing goes with Tribe Aeromacy. But then again, if HORAA Esports was able to pull off a massive performance that actually helped them skyrocket themselves onto the top spot, or the upper half section of the leaderboard, then I can say the same for Tribe Aeromacy and even DRS, just because of how consistent they are in terms of their performance.
Yeah, I mean, DRS with Killer YT performing well during the playoffs. Now, not so. So we do miss his performance and also the overall team's performance, but maybe they'll come back in game number 2. But before we go there, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. See you guys after this one.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. Of course, we're already jumping into match number 2, and we cannot wait to start the match. Again, you guys are with us, your favorite casters. My name is Red Queen, together with Sir Cloud.
Well, you guys can't hear it, but I've always wanted to say this. Our producer, Alok's voice is actually very sexy. Every time he counts down, it goes like, 5, 4.
I think he always starts with like, casters ready.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, and that sounded sexy. I was like, ooh, wow.
Ooh.
Like, I can't do it, right? Like, but it sounds something. Oh, casters ready.
Casters ready.
Casters ready. Yeah, obviously, we can't sound like him, right? Yeah, just like how we can't play like these players because these are our top Miramar performers. HORAA Esports, Xavier, CelcomDigi Alliance, and the Vikings. But it looks like Xavier, they're dominating a lot of these stats.
Yeah, I'm already checking the numbers that I see on the screen here, just so I could have some, considerations, like which team am I gonna pick next?
Well, there you go. There you go.
Patient there, huh? No second thoughts. You just went for HORAA Esports. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, stats-wise, they are at number 1. So I'll take the number 2, Xavier. Let's lock.
Okay, then I'll go with Vikings.
Vikings.
Yeah, I mean,
how does
they're the
Vikings
second team.
Do their war cry?
The war cry. Oh man,
War cry
do they?
of Viking. How does it sound?
No, it's not like they have a war cry, but I feel like they have an instrument that they use to signal the warriors that okay, it's now time to fight.
Oh, how would it sound like?
Something like that. Is it? But what I like about the Vikings is that they are always prepared for death. Like it's just another place to go to. Like, okay, I'm gonna go to like if I get killed in the battlefield, it's such an honor because I did something for my people, and I'm gonna drink beer and I'm gonna have a merry time with the gods in Valhalla. That's how they always say it, right?
Wow. How does that horn sound like again?
Dude, I can't seriously replicate the sound, right? But something like that.
Because if I'm the enemy, I'll be scared of that sound. Not because of people coming to fight me, but because of how it sounds.
And they're so savage and they're so brutal. Like, I forgot, like there is okay, so they do something with their enemies, right? Like if they caught you, they're gonna give you the ultimate punishment wherein like they open you and then turn you inside out. It's like something like that. I mean, you guys should watch the Viking. I don't mean to promote a show, but yeah, you should check out Ragnar Lothbrok.
Wow. Okay. I'm imagining things now of being turned inside out. You know, it's not something I want to go through. But what I want to go through is our match number 2, Miramar.
Yeah, let's go to Miramar. Okay, let's not talk about how brutal the Vikings can be, but if they can actually be brutal inside the battlefield by collecting a lot of points, then that's the action we want here. But anyway, match 8 here, ladies and gents. Together, we will witness, of course, just who will take the second chicken dinner of the night.
And could it be our picks? Or could it be your pick? Or could it be none of them? So many amazing teams here, and we're starting to see surprises from page number 2, so it could be anybody. And welcome GK to the most eliminations. He actually shared the same amount of eliminations, 15, with Rosemary.
If I'm not mistaken, it was Vikings as well that almost caught up to the number of elimination points yesterday with Alter Ego Errors. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they were able to score like 18. Was it Vikings?
Yeah, there was a 18. Yeah.
Right? Okay. Because I remember talking about like not having enough bodies to actually get to the 19 elimination points. But you know what? RQ had an early fight up against Champions Esports right now, and we already have one player from RQ facing the floor. Let's see if they can do a massive counter here. But it looks to me like Champions Esports might be the one on the losing end here.
Champions Esports, one player eliminated, one player currently down, but it fights back against RRQ from the lower ground. Balja from the top is going to be Atomic. He has to be explosive now. He will finish off one, finish off two, one more behind the door.
Alright, here we go. This is a pretty savage back and forth trade between champions. But yeah, I mean, we already have a confirmed casualty onto the side of Champions Esports. So obviously, we are looking at two active members. But it's a good thing, you know. It's not making them give up at this point. We can see that Atomic continues to do a massive spray with an AKM. Again, this is a solid gun to have in terms of like defending yourself. But here comes a Balja right now, trying to respond, but cannot seem to find his target just yet.
Circle is way away from where most of these teams choose to start from. Expect a lot more travel later on. Atomic gun down. There's only Urkas left. And Urkas is pretty low on health. He does not have the first ace to kill up. Closes the door, goes to the back, and now comes back in just to try to deceive his opponent.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
What happened?
Oh, okay.
No, just a boo-boo. But anyway, the fight continues on. We are seeing Cast over here, pretty low in HP, and I feel like he's deciding. Okay, he's weighing his options here. Is he gonna go for the pickup? Is he gonna revive himself, or is he gonna take care of business and officially shut down RQ from this round? And it's a good thing though, because Cast decided, okay, I'm gonna heal myself up, and here comes the attack now. Ooh, I cannot believe he lost that.
Oh, man.
I cannot believe he lost that.
Close tight corner though. Close tight corner. Oh well, it's one of those moments of whether who pulls the trigger first, I guess. So it's really down to like response time, mechanics, things like that. Down to the wire.
The view. I mean, you have the view, you have the visual, you already can see your opponent rushing towards you. You can even hear the footsteps. So, I mean, for me, that was a missed opportunity right there.
Oh well, it's not the end of the world for them. Yeah,
mean,
don't worry. Yeah, there's still a lot of games to go. So it's not the end of the world. I mean, we're seeing teams from page number 2 being an inspiration to each other. So maybe next round, we're going to repeat Miramar anyway.
Exactly. And I think, again, you know, this will help, of course, the team have some sort of stability in terms of their rotation, since we do have a back-to-back ERANGEL and back-to-back Miramar. Unlike the map sequence that we've had during the playoffs, wherein we've seen, you know, ERANGEL and Miramar is just an alteration between those two iconic maps. So there's always a need for them to adapt to changes. But this time, you know, I guess we can see a more stable gameplay from the teams.
Yeah, plus you don't need to worry about breaks in between, right? Like if you have a good run and you want to bring the momentum over, yeah, then it's the next round for sure. Instead of like, we score like 2 chicken dinners and now we have to break. Oh man, can we actually pick ourselves up again when we come back from the break? Don't worry about that. And actually teams prefer that. Teams prefer to just keep on playing. Even if they don't have a good round, they prefer to keep on playing, so that they can prove themselves when they come back immediately, instead of sulking at the corner of the room, thinking about their future, thinking about like, oh, because of that one bad round, now I'm going to go back to the province and and pluck apples or something like that, you know, things like that.
That's the thing, right? If you ever have any aspirations of like really being a professional player in the competitive scene here in PUBG, you do not have time to sulk. Like, okay, you always need to shake things off. You cannot get inside the game, still not over with like a lose or like a lose streak from the previous matches, and you have to enter the game with a clear head. You have to shake off, you know, whatever negative vibe that you have, because it will have an impact in your overall gameplay.
But Ken is still playing though. I wonder will he bring an overall impact to the gameplay. Now, disclaimer, we don't know if this is Coach Ken or someone else. But RRQ, we do know, have been eliminated by, welcome back, Rosemary. Opening up his account today by this one elimination, and he will get free loot in the middle of the road.
Everyone's just really focused on getting loots for now. But if we're gonna check out the teams that have been traveling from the west side, oh man, there's M9, HORAA Esports, BTR, Tribe Aeromacy. So there's a lot of teams flocking in just one spot here. We also got a couple of players, or a couple of teams rather, from the north, from the south of El Azahar. We've got VOIN Donkey ID, Savior. I feel like, considering just how close they are together, at some point they're gonna decide and they're gonna have a collision here.
Yeah, so that's the collision that might happen. Just like what's happening right now with Vampire Esports and Team Secret passing by each other. But Vampire choose not to pursue. Okay, playing objectively, trying to take the best position possible in the circle while it's still stage 1, while there's still a lot of space, which is okay for Vampire Esports. You don't always need to be elimination hungry.
Yeah. And I think that's sometimes the problem for HORAA Esports. I mean, sometimes they're way overly aggressive that it sometimes feels like it's a bit reckless. But let's see. Again, it's really a different side of HORAA Esports that we're seeing right now. They love to engage during the first few zones, but yeah, the big question I have for HORAA Esports is that if they can sustain that kind of aggressive gameplay. But so far, they're taking things slow, which is actually good. But BTR, Malaki, already down on the ground. And this time it's from Delta. Okay, DRS, as early as now, is getting into fights.
Yeah, one player down in the middle of the road, and Malabik will be eliminated by DRS, securing their first elimination. And most teams already in the first circle. That might change coming soon as we approach stage number 2. And the circle, wow, this is actually a very rare circle. And I believe that part of the right side of the circle is unplayable. It's similar to how we would normally see like on the left side of the map. So there's lesser land for the teams to play with.
I've never seen this kind of circle before. You are right. And if that part is like an uncharted territory, I feel like we're going to have less space for the teams here. And before we get into stage 3, perhaps, we will be losing maybe 3 to 4 teams, considering just the amount of our teams now headed towards the circle of the map here, or circle of the zone rather. I feel like they're gonna end up fighting, before they can even get into a very good position here.
Oh, CelcomDigi Alliance in the fight. In the previous round, they didn't score any points at all. So this has to be a round that they recover. But they just lost one player. Now on screen, we see Leons from CelcomDigi Alliance surrounded by Team Secret and Vikings. But Vikings, Team Secret, they want to settle with each other first since it's a full squad coming onto each other. You can see Team Secret taking the compound, and they're also opening up the space, trying to flank the Vikings.
Okay, Red Bull is relentless with that tap and fire with the Scarlight. Okay, but his bullet's not connecting whatsoever. VOIN Donkey managed to get to the high ground. We got Teens with a jump shot, putting down one player from CelcomDigi Alliance. And we've got Wunti also facing down the floor, Leons. And there's a lot of fights happening simultaneously. So we're just waiting for the confirmation to come through whether or not they have already been eliminated. But as for GK, he just got knocked down on the ground, and a pickup might be a little hard to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, he's currently kind of held hostage as well. But Vikings, I'm sure they want to collect that elimination point. Yep, they send one player at least. Oh, here comes the blue at the same time. And Team Secret Vikings, they're not finished yet. Look at Trunk's movement. He's going very, very far. He's circling around. Trying to take the advantage against Break. He's Break, tries to take him down. Only managed damage down to 40%.
Ooh, okay. Unfortunately, Trang, he did see an angle that could work for him, but yeah, he kind of exposed himself as well. But Vikings doing an amazing job so far, bagging those 3 elimination points, and Superman again, pocketing 1 point for himself. So Vikings, I don't want to jinx anything because we're just at stage 2 here, but yeah, they are winning the fight up against Team Secret.
Yeah, and the fight needs to end quickly. We kind of think about it. Look at how far they are from the circle. With the blue still putting pressure onto them, and we're heading on stage 3 blue. Now in the circle, we have HORAA Esports. Alter Ego's there as well. Superman eliminated by Frankie. How many more from the Vikings? They have 3 active players more. They're still not letting go of each other.
Well, if there's an opportunity for you to seize points, then I feel like those teams are going to prioritize that instead of like getting into the zone. But anyway, we're looking at Typhoon. Okay, he does have probably some bandages, but I think I only saw 1 first aid kit. But ooh, Frankie, good shot again coming from Munti. This is one of the things that I don't understand. Maybe we can talk about this later on after the fight. But Wunti, as you know, came from D Savior, and we were talking about, you know, before, just like how he complemented the whole team. You know, his playstyle, everything, it just kind of blended. It made sense. But now he's playing for a different team here, which is of course Vikings. So I do wonder what went wrong. Like, why did he transfer to another team here? But of course, we're going to answer that later on, because Team Secret still is fighting up against teams of Vikings Esports, but I feel like Team Secret might be the one to exit the game at stage 3.
Might be even both. Now it's time to look at their healing utilities. In GK with 2 first aids. Typhoon will be gunned down by Wunti. Wunti has 2 first aids as well. Viking dominating 5 elimination points now, but they're still not done yet with Team Secret. As GK is on the other end, the final player for Team Secret. The best player of Team Secret in the previous round. At least pick up Wunti, perhaps. Okay,
Yeah.
going in with the shotgun. He's thinking of that.
Ooh!
He was ready for that. He knew that GK wanted to go for it.
So, yeah, he could have. Okay, I don't know. But yeah, maybe he was a little slow in the trigger there, even if he was able to eliminate the opponent. But losing 1T in the process is, of course, going to take a toll, just because of the fact that we're just at stage 3 and there's still a lot of teams here with a complete squad. So yeah, it could be hard for them to survive. And they're also tanking the blue. And if we're going to look at the situation, I'm not exactly sure just how far they are from the circle, but it's going to be a long travel here, ladies and gents. But as for HORAA Esports, we're now looking at 2 points in the bag here. They're pretty close with BTR and Tribe Aeromacy, and even some of the boys of Alter Ego Eras. And they are staying on the north side of the zone.
And Sky is just making sure that no other teams would come in later. Playing by the edge of the circle at the northern side. So I guess right now they should be quite clear so they can focus onto the inside. He sees 1 player of BTR. And on the elimination feed, okay, it continues to show itself, but it kind of stopped. Probably a long-range knock. Circle continues to go up north. In the middle of the circle right now, Alter Ego have the best position, especially with the elevation where you can see Daybot and Rosemary is at.
Okay, I do wonder, because we have it's not okay, we are just at stage 4, and even if I want to say the circle is already small, but just because we don't really have that much space, then I can say the circle is getting a little crowded. So that's just how I'm gonna put it. I mean, just the number of teams that we still have in the outskirts, I feel like the likes of Vampire Esports and even DRS, I feel like the fight is going to happen in just a while. Sem9, BTR, they're going to find each other, you know, and they're going to have a conflict here. FaZe, they are standing guard over to the west side of the zone here. They could potentially score or maybe bag a lot of points just because of the teams that might be headed towards that same direction. But then again, you know, having said all that, over to the west side, I feel like it's going to be bloody.
Oh, maybe it's starting to get bloody right now with Rosemary spill split onto the battleground. Eliminated by Sleepy. They found him on that high ground. Very sneaky one by Sleepy. But no big moves yet by HORAA Esports. They just choose to take that one elimination and then they'll let it go for now. And no fear. He has been waiting for this opportunity for the longest time and finally he gets off.
Oh man, BTR. It's not their day just yet. Or maybe not a couple of matches that we've had. Okay, I mean, we still got like how many more matches? Okay, 4 matches still, ladies and gents. But FaZe, okay, going up against M9. Okay, I feel like they were able to get lucky with a shot there. One of the members of SEM9 is down. And they continue to have this trade-off. We also got DRS and Vampire Esports fighting, having a trade-off here. But DRS, they do have the high ground compared to Vampire Esports. So perhaps, DRS could capitalize on this one. Let's see if this will be the end of the line for Vampire Esports, despite the fact that they were able to score the chicken dinner just, for the previous match. Or can they retaliate up against DRS and turn the tables up against them?
Well, we might get that answer soon. Because Vampire Esports, they're interested and they're moving in. They're already outside the circle, so they have to force this fight against DRS. DRS positioning themselves. One Newsy and Tony they're kicking the high ground. Schwupps! Started it off, knocking down XMPL. And that's one knock. The follow-up is waiting to happen now.
Okay, here we go. DRS, they're in between VOIN Donkey and Vampire Esports, and even maybe FaZe Clan. But as for BTR Vitality, yeah, they're already out of the game here. And again, it's not the usual gameplay that we do expect coming from Bigetron, but we still got 4 matches here. But as for Newsy, man, he just caught that nade with open arms. An example was put down by Onzen. No pickup happening just yet. Tony K could get a nade as well, but he's pretty low in HP, so he does need to heal himself up to just, maybe prepare himself for like a crucial fight here up against DRS and FaZe even.
Looking at the circle, it favors now Xavier in the middle of the circle. On the northern side, SEM9 Tribe Aeromacy might probably get into the fight anytime soon. While on screen, we're going to see Vampire Esports against DRS with FaZe Clan behind them and VOIN Donkey in front. Oh man, lots of teams around that area, at least 4 different teams.
And the thing is, VOIN Donkey not even experiencing any pressure. I mean, they're just probably waiting, like, okay, who will be surviving this fight? We got FaZe, DRS, Vampires having a trade-off here, so whichever team that makes it through, that's the team that we're going to have a fight with, because we're just going to stand our ground, build our fortress here, and eliminate everyone who comes into play. But coming off the kill feed here, it's Lamborghini losing some ground. We got Yuhai as well from SEM9 getting knocked down on the ground, but it's Yante. Oh, what happened? I think that was a boo-boo right there, Sir Cloud. Yante actually naded himself, and I guess that paved the way for DRS to get eliminated.
Someone's being naughty. Someone will buy dinner tonight. And I guess I can tell who. It doesn't help that the fact that DRS, last we checked, they were at number 16. I mean, they can't afford those kind of boo-boos, but it is what it is. And it is what it is right now with HORAA Esports looking down onto Tribe Aeromacy and SEM9. Both teams in their respective compound and had to make it across, but SEM9 receiving a little bit of by CP.
Okay, so Tribe exited the game with no elimination points and no placement as well. Oh, that is tough. That is tough. And currently they are at the bottom, so definitely not do them good. And even for DRS or Cloud, okay. Lots of things that's surprising us for today, and we are just at game number 2 here. Newsy again down on the ground. Same thing goes for Onzen. Going up against FaZe Clan here, we got Sky of HORAA Esports flushing out these boys from SEM9, but the nade did not put down anyone. It was able to give some damage to Trexy, but SEM9 still ready to fight up against HORAA just in case. If they decide to move forward.
If only Sky has more nades, then he will probably rain it into the building. But now it's going to be Axel on the high ground. Let's get Schwupps. Back out of fear. No fear here against SEM9. He's right in front of them with the DBS. Trying to find the members of SEM9 inside the building. At the same time, he managed to loot up a couple of nades. 2 nades in his hands right now, and Biren jumps out, but Biren will be taken care of by No Fear with the DBS.
Yeah, perfectly done by No Fear, living up to his reputation that No Fear, okay, I'm going to go and charge in whatever it takes. 9 points in the bag now for the side of HORAA Esports, and that was the end of the line for SEM 9, which brings us now just 8 teams remaining here. We've got Talon Esports back on the screen here. They've managed to acquire a total of 2 points for them, and now your best friend. Okay, probably already spotted those boys from Vikings, but right now I feel like it's all information gameplay since the team's now trying to get comfortable in one spot. But as for the teams that will be coming from down south, I feel like a fight definitely is going to ensue in just a couple of more minutes, just because of the fact that we have at least 4 teams here, or maybe 3 teams just sticking to the edge of the circle here. But the first fight I feel like is going to be from Vexy and Talon Esports, and maybe even Alter Ego Eris or D Savior.
Or maybe Alter Ego and HORAA Esports. They don't have the circle. But we check that out later, because right now it's going to be Nate T on the lower ground. And confirm with the high ground advantage will eliminate him. That is it for D Xavier.
Okay. We did not expect that to happen, but for Vexy, okay, another trip from the side of VOIN Donkey here resulted to Vexy's getting taken out of the equation. Shopper as well get taken down by Sleepy of HORAA. Ooh, okay. So I think he was able to bag the point, and Chopper already out of the game here. And we are already at stage 6 here. Sir Cloud and HORAA Esports already bagged 10 elimination points for themselves. So they know that they have been missing to really dominate for the, I mean, like in the matches that we've had. And now they're just maybe playing at a different pace here. More consistent, I can say.
I can imagine our producer now rubbing his hands, licking his lips, because HORAA Esports so far doing so good. 10 eliminations with a full squad at this time. Don't want to jinx it for him, but yeah, they are doing well.
We got Talon getting into position as well. Prepping themselves up for a fight up against Talon. Here we got Tins on prone. Just monitoring the situation, checking out where exactly does he need to point his gun. But as for Macari's, I think that was Macari's. Yeah, he's currently knocked down on the ground. We got a Yawk on the screen here, popping up some smoke or nade. We got Sleepy getting shot down by Axel, and just like that, ladies and gents, VOIN Donkey have already been taken out of the game, which is, of course, brings us down to just 6 teams remaining. Talon survives, but now they have to face up against HORAA.
And HORAA, they need to recover first, as Talon has a full squad, okay? Managed to pick up Sleepy. Should be able to heal up, not going to be a problem since they are in the circle, so they are not in a rush for now. Still going to be interesting to see how stage 7 will move, but for Talon, they seem to be in a position to try to block HORAA Esports. Are they on the inner side of the circle? Not really. They are both adjacent to the circle itself.
Okay, there's a truce happening between the remaining teams here. They're not fighting just yet. They're taking their time. As so, you need to be careful. And of course, nobody wants to make any rush decisions for now, which is understandable. You've managed to get this far in the grand finals, and of course, the teams would want to dominate at least, in a couple of matches. But anyway, circle shifted once again, ladies and gents, and Talon's now outside of the zone here, probably going up against Vikings in just a while, since there's a need for them to step inside the zone. I can say the same for FaZe and HORAA Esports. They're so close to one another here. But yeah, Sleepy is so far away from the rest of the team, so I feel like he will be the only one going up against Dewey here of FaZe, not unless if he calls for backup.
Oh, well, your best friend won't need backup for that. Instead, the one that needs backup is going to be Break right now. But your best friend is holding him hostage, waiting for Tins to make his move to try to save Break. But your best friend went out of patience. Select the elimination point. Elimination point number 7 for Talon. Almost got a knock onto Sleepy.
Okay, 5 teams remaining now. We got Talon with a 26% of bagging the chicken dinner here. We got Dewey cooking up a nade. Is he cooking up a nade, or is he just watching HORAA Esports, of course, battle it out with some of the teams here. But an opportunity actually opened up for Dewey, who was able to take down 2 players of HORAA Esports. It was a bit convenient on his side, but I think he was able to translate one, or at least bag one from HORAA. And HORAA obviously did not like that. From the kill feed, it's Alpha though, down on the ground by CelcomDigi Alliance.
Yeah, that's where Jimmy OP just got taken out by the zone. Number 5, 1 elimination for CelcomDigi Alliance. Top 4 teams right now with HORAA Esports. Only left with 2 players. It's going to be down to Sky and Supreme going up against FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan eliminated by Talon on the other side. Now top 3.
Talon obviously has the number advantage, but we've seen this type of thing go down, and even if a team is already at a disadvantage and a deficit here, they can still manage to flip the script up against the strongest team in this round. And for that would be Talon Esports, to see how they're gonna be playing this one out. So far, they're pretty close with HORAA, so I feel like the altercation will happen definitely between these 2 teams. Alter Ego Eras, they're gonna take their time. I feel like they're gonna let Talon and the HORAA Esports battle it out first before they even try to join in the mix here. I mean, again, you need to be able to work all the advantages to your side, and yeah, if you can just do the third-party thing, Alter Ego Eras can pull off a massive chicken dinner, and that is it. It for HORAA Esports. They got eliminated, but with 12 amazing points, so that is a solid performance still for HORAA Esports, even if they just got eliminated.
Yeah, but I gotta give it to Talon as well. 1 rush and they eliminate HORAA Esports just like that. Now they're fully focused onto Alter Ego, where their final 2 players are Alter Ego. Okay, we see 1 Daybot, and Talon knows exactly where Daybot is at. Your best friend flanking with Nate, and Daybot's right in front of him. He does it for volley. But I don't think he knows that your best friend is there. That Nate did land on Daybot, chipping himself down to 30%. Not going into position off yet because they don't know where the player of Alter Ego is at. And finally they got Daybot. 1 more to go. Where are you? And there you are, Krypton.
Yeah, I feel like for Alter Ego Eras, Daybot wasn't expecting that his position had already been compromised. I feel like he was just on prone there, just like wishing, okay, you need to step away from here. But there you go, ladies and gents. Krypton, being the last remaining player for the side of Alter Ego Eras, was the end of the line for him. And the champions of the match is none other than, of course, Talon Esports, winning match number 8 in Miramar.
Wow, on the roll since yesterday. Yesterday they scored chicken dinners, and now they come back here, day number 2 in Miramar with their own chicken dinner. Looking like a solid team. And it was a clean execution as well for Talon Esports. They did not lose a single player in this round to bring back the chicken dinner together for themselves.
I think the question right now is whether or not teams can be consistent for day number 2. I feel like, you know, we always see a different team really pop off in the matches. So in terms of like building the foundation, I don't see any team just yet that could probably cement their status in the leaderboard just because of the fact that there are still other teams trying to step up into their set of matches.
Yeah, I know, right? But there's still a lot of opportunity, whatever it is. So a lot more games to come. We're only on game number 2 of day number 2. And here are our numbers here. So they scored 11 eliminations in total for Talon Esports. So that's 21 points collected. And everybody contributed to the amount of eliminations for Talon. Nobody was left behind.
I do wonder though if the points were already enough for them to take the top spot, because if we remember yesterday they did score a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. And okay, so they eliminated Alter Ego Eras just now and they are at the top. So I feel like, yeah, I'm feeling that perhaps they are now the kings of the leaderboard.
That is a possibility that they might be number 1. But yeah, we will need to check that score later. But I do agree that is that possibility that Talon, might be taking the throne. Plus, the last time we checked, the points aren't that far. So one team could shoot them up. But besides Talon, let's not also forget about HORAA's contribution this round. They did score a lot of eliminations. Alter Ego play a little bit safer, but we did see a glimpse of Rosemary's brilliance. And then we have FaZe Clan, who played very, very actively across the map. No circle, they charge forward, they see their next target, they take them out.
Yeah, HORAA Esports, if I'm not mistaken, was able to get 12 points from this round. And for this round, they were pretty aggressive. Again, what I'm looking for coming from HORAA Esports would be consistency, and also if they can actually sustain the kind of aggressiveness, that kind of high octane gameplay all throughout, like up until the end of the match for today. So that's just one of the questions, or like maybe things that I'm curious about HORAA Esports. But of course, we're looking at the head-to-head here. It's going to be your best friend and No Fear of HORAA Esports. When it comes to the 5 elimination points, the same thing for both of the players here. But for damage output, we've got No Fear slightly being higher compared to what your best friend was able to put on the board. It's a total of 885 damage output. And team contribution, again, the gap is not that wide. So I can say that this is like a fair head-to-head situation we can see on the screen.
Yeah. But the one that gave the unfair advantage to HORAA Esports is because of his performance, that is Sky coming in with also 5 eliminations. But when it comes to the damage output, it's ahead of the players that we saw earlier, 918 with 11 utilities used. So this is above his average. If we were to look at like his FMVP stats, this is above. Survival time, not the most maximum, but still 25 minutes is pretty long. And in the top performers, Sky is joined by No Fear, as well as your best friend, and also Vexy from VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, welcome back, Sky. Okay, I feel like with this performance, it's a testament that, yeah, I will be gunning for my throne in the MVP. So that is actually one of the showdowns that we might expect between Sky and Rosemary of Alter Ego Eras. And yes, we also got No Fear. We also got your best friend comes from Talon Esports, the ones that actually stood out from this match. And for those of you curious about like just how many points your team was able to put on the board, we've got a Talon Esports again coming at the top with 21 points here in the chicken dinner. We got HORAA Esports coming in at second with 17, and then Alter Ego Eras with 10. And as for those teams that did not score anything, that would be Tribe Aeromacy and Bigetron by Vitality. And again, just to give you guys a perspective, DRS Gaming currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. And I do wonder if they're going to do something great, for the next round to kind of improve their status in the overall rankings.
Yeah, they clearly need that, right? They need a big improvement here because it's pretty weird to see them all the way down there. I'm sure the fans are feeling the same as well. I mean, it's the DRS, so they should be able to come back at least on the page 1. But we still have a lot of games to go, so fret not, fans of DRS out there. This map will be repeated after this, and that's where they can make amends to however they think they played in this round. But for the overalls, yes, you are right, Red Queen. Talon, number 1 now.
But you know what? I mean, it's 75 points. The only difference that they have compared to Alter Ego Eras is that they scored the chicken dinner. But still, Alter Ego Eras, with Rosemary's debut yesterday, still performed great, and they're still at the second spot here with 75 points as well. So they are, I can say, still pretty strong. HORAA Esports moved up 5 ranks, so now welcome to the podium stage. 56 points now for HORAA. We've got Vampire, BTR, VOIN Donkey, FaZe, and Team Secret on first page.
And on page 2, yes, confirmed that DRS is still number 16. They share the same amount of points with Tribe Aeromacy. So one good game could still propel them up for sure. As for the other teams on page 2, we have 2 teams with chicken dinners doing here, Xavier and Vikings. Not too sure why, but yeah, maybe it's one of those games. But they still have games to come. Anyway, speaking about games to come, We will need to take a short break before we continue on, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break. And go, people. Welcome back. This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. And we're still here with you. My name is CelcomDigi together with Red Queen. And Red Queen is in a different setup today. Do you mind telling us what's the setup about?
I don't know. They just put a red light for my background to just say that, okay, this is Red Queen's studio for now. But I hope everything's working out. You know, I don't exactly have my lightsaber, but I think it's I think I can say the same thing. I mean, it's close to that. At least it has the red color.
Yeah, I do like the new camera as well, though. I think this camera has more natural look to you. Yeah. So. Oh, okay.
So that means I'm gonna take this camera home back into my own studio and not tell the owner. Oh, they're looking at me.
No, you should ask them to move out and you move in.
Oh, I should ask them to move out. Okay, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Okay, move out.
Make things easier.
But anyway, if you guys missed on the action that just happened, we are done with the 2 matches for tonight. And yeah, Viper Esports, they wasted no time in marking their territory on ERANGEL. And then if we're going to be looking at the top MIRAMAR performers, it's still HORAA Esports at the top here with Talon, with Vikings, and Alter Ego Ares.
Yeah, but all the stats now favor HORAA Esports. Yeah, they are dominating the stats at least. But will they be able to dominate the map and score the chicken dinner? Because we're back onto our prediction. So I'm going for them. HORAA Esports,
Okay.
it's time.
That was fast. Okay, then I'll go with Alter Ego Eris.
Okay, also a very good one. A very good one. They in first game today they scored 1 point. Earlier they scored 10 points. So they are starting to have that, like, if I were to draw a graph, obviously it's going up. So maybe it's a good chance for Alter Ego. But production is going for a double Talon. I mean, it happened before yesterday, so why not, right?
But I feel like, okay, Alter Ego is the fact that they got dethroned by Talon Esports because of the previous matchup we've just witnessed. I feel like they didn't like it. They didn't like it at all. So maybe, just maybe, Rosemary feels a little bit motivated by this event and probably turned into a maniac once more in racking up those numbers that Alter Ego needs to reclaim the top spot.
Yeah, it will be a good time for them. It will be a good time for them because before this, after the ERANGEL match, when they only scored 1 point, they're still at number 1. So they might be telling themselves, it's okay, we're still at number 1. But now, with the tiebreaker rule, Talon took away their throne. So there's nothing better than Alter Ego for themselves to score the chicken dinner this round.
You're absolutely right. I mean, their game, Talon Esports just moments ago, right? They flipped the script in Miramar, coming in with precision, aggression, and also masterclass, to be honest, and rotations as well. What they did in the previous round, Sir Cloud, I feel like they didn't really just win the match. They had all the intentions, of course, dethroning Alter Ego Eras. So yeah, they took the spot like they literally owned that one. But if okay, we're just gonna add up what HORAA Esports. Yesterday wasn't really their best day for the grand finals, I can say. Their energy was kind of fluctuating for me, but with this massive performance in Miramar, they were lurking in the shadows. But with that 5 rank lead up in the overall standing, I feel that that's already Sky making a statement, and the rest of the crew, right? That they are waiting to just like really warning every team here that they are a bit hungry and looking for some chicken dinners as well. So perhaps maybe we can see HORAA Esports step it up, starting in this match.
Yeah, just like me, I am feeling hungry too. I wish somebody would buy me a chicken dinner as well, but after the show. So we got 4 more rounds. Yeah, 4 more rounds to go. Okay. What about the other teams on page number 2, right? Like DRS. What's happening with DRS? What do you think?
For DRS, okay, what can I say about DRS? They always are pretty consistent in placement points, right? I mean, they do start racking up points to latter stages of the match here, and to see them being at the bottom, I feel like there's perhaps testing out new rotations. Maybe they're trying out a different strategy, a different approach. We don't exactly know what happens inside a war room, but yeah, this is very unusual for the real soldiers. Or perhaps they're just trying to take things slow. Maybe just like having fun. They've already secured a slot in the grand finals. They are here, and I'm not even sure if they're playing for a prize pool, because we didn't even talk about the prize pool. These are all just like bragging rights, all for the glory, all for the fan service, and just really putting up a great show for everyone. So I feel like there's a lot of reasons that we can talk about why DRS is not performing, but yeah, they are the only ones that could probably tell that why they are at the bottom of the leaderboard. If you have any information, you know what to do. Drop it in the comment section.
Yeah, drop it like it's hot. Or let's get Killer YT on the line. Hello, Killer YT. Right?
Patch them in.
Is it 50-50? Oh, we're like a radio show right now, right? Okay, let's get Killer YT. Let's patch him in, all right? Killer YT. So what's the reason? What's up, guys? What's happening behind the scenes? We all want to know.
Maybe they're already hungry, probably having dinner right now with friends and just like really having a good time here, playing with no pressure whatsoever. After all, yes, this is an off-season tournament. We're in the best time for teams to kind of just be experimental with everything, before they step into the official tournaments that would probably give them a lot more pressure compared to this ones.
Hey, for all you know, they are like chilling out with friends, like over dinner or something. And then it's like, oh, okay, we got to play. Okay, give us like maybe 15, 20 minutes. Okay, play. They put on their phone. Okay, they continue again. But then again, yeah, don't be that one friend, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be that one friend that gets occupied with your phone at the dinner table. Not cool. When you hang out with your friends, you give them absolute attention, okay? This is a PSA for all of you out there, especially the doom scrollers. Don't doom scroll in front of your friend. Doom scroll in your own timing, not at dinner.
Yeah, totally. I don't know if it's the same with you guys, but when we are having dinner with family or even friends, yeah, we do respect each other and we put down the phone. Like, there's no phone allowed on the table here. We just have to really connect. But let's see if those bullets will connect, because we are about to drop into match number 9 here in Miramar. Are we going to witness a back-to-back winner chicken dinner coming from Talon Esports, or are we going to see Alter Ego Eras reclaim the throne, or will we finally see HORAA Esports really taking the crown in Miramar?
Ooh, so many possibilities there. So that's something that we will observe coming up soon. With this flight path on the north to the south, a left-sided flight path. Let's see if there will be like fights maybe in popular spots like St. Martin, maybe like even Power Grid, Picado. Those are some of the hot spots. But inside Chumasera, we have not seen any fight so far. And to the best of my memory, yesterday's games, Miramar was pretty kind, as long as it's a kind circle, which we will observe real soon. But I'm looking at Power Grid. Okay, we already have tried Aeromacy here. This is BTR.
Is it BDR? Okay, yeah, it is BDR up against Tribe Aeromacy. And Tribe Aeromacy, one of the teams that have not settled on rhythm here, so they do need to pick up the pace as well. And to go up against BTR, man, this is a tough trade-off that they could possibly face, during the first stage here. But let's see who's going to be winning the fight, because I can see XYZ was able to already get a point here. So that goes to show that perhaps BT are already playing with just 3 of their members. So technically, Tribe Aeromacy already has that upper hand advantage up against BTR.
Yeah, with that one knock. And BTR now, 3 active players at least. One player of BTR is on the second floor, but XYZ and Co. Okay, they got to check the second floor now. Open the door towards the right. Don't need to. They found Ken. BTR will lose another player.
Ooh, here we go, man. Okay, they're trying to manage resources by not wasting any bullets, and they just like really went for the knife kill. Okay, that was brutal. But 2 points. Tribe Aeromacy seems to be doing great for now up against Bigetron by Vitality, but is it because of the fact that they were able to get to the guns first before BTR? And that is, of course, an opportunity that worked out so well for the side of Tribe.
Yeah, and with that, now they have the numbers. They can be fully dominant in a Power Grid. It's only Malapik and Federalis to pull off a miracle here. Federalis is still stuck within Power Grid itself, while Malapik is on the outside. And Federalis is still sneaking around this area, so they probably don't know that he's still there, but they do know where Malapik is at, as Strix is keeping a face check on him.
And Rig does have a great vantage point, so yeah, let's see if BTR can flip the script up against Tribe. We got Trix now on the screen with a UMP. Okay, let's see if they can find... Yeah, Malakbik had already been compromised here, so he's about to go out of the game. So we're hunting down Federalis. Where is Federalis? X9, 77. Oh, man, down on the ground here. Great shot coming from Federalis. 2 of the players, just like that, already knocked down on the ground by Federalis. I mean, he was able to handle business single-handedly.
Oh, okay. Can he be the surprise hero to wipe out the entire tribe Aeromacy? But he needs to find healing utilities. While that Malapik will be eliminated by Rick. Tribe Aeromacy, are you gonna go back? Are you? No. Okay. I thought they might.
If they're gonna let this go, that is
Oh.
that's a lost opportunity there. Not gonna lie, but yeah, I think that's exactly what's gonna happen.
They somewhat with all their spidey senses didn't expect or maybe thought that a team would come by, and true enough, Vampire Esports, one player on the outside of power grid. Wonder if he's gonna execute anything. So Federalist, he'll be healing up. And potentially will be a 1v1. Okay, here's Tony K.
Oh no!
The elimination point for the hands of Federalist.
Okay. I do wonder if they've also picked up the information that Federalis is still alive. I mean, Tony K obviously went for that fallen soldier coming from Tribe Aeromacy. And I'm not sure if it even got the point. Yeah, I think he was able to bag the point. But Vampire Esports, I feel like they don't know that Federalis is actually still alive. So I think that he's safe. He's safe. He's safe.
Yeah, and plus the fact that Power Grid is on the outside of the circle, so for them to truly pursue in for that 1 point, maybe they felt to themselves as well that it's not worth it. So yeah, we'll let this one go. It's fine. We'll see you later. So that is a bit of a lucky move. Oh, but wait a second. They turn back. Tribe Aeromacy, Tricks shows himself.
Oh,
They turn back. I didn't expect that.
well, probably because of the fact that, you know, it took a while for Vampire Esports to get rid of that player from Tribe. So he was feeding the team the information that, hey, you know what? Okay, I'm down. Vampires came in, but Federalis, yo, he's still alive, man. You should come back. He's all alone.
Oh, and that's how he sounds?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, but it sounds like it. It sounds like it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, frankly, because when he was still bleeding out, he can still see what's happening around, bring back the information, and that's how they decided to, like, you know what? We have two people, there's only one there, Vampire, they moved away. Might as well don't waste that point.
Yeah. Avenge me, brother. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go back to the action here. We got D Savior going up against RQ. Massive spray coming from Natty T. Let's see if they can actually put down any player here, but I feel like D Savior was the one who took most of the damage. But here comes now Lamborghini with the S12K. Okay, here goes the first point down. Oh, went for the second pick skill, but right from behind, it's Lapar. Surprise. He was able to shut down Lamborghini, and that paved the way for RQ to get some advantage up against D Savior, but the fight is not over just yet. Lapar now pulls out this Mini 14, but unfortunately, oh man, he tried to go up against two players, and obviously he lost the fight, and that was the end of the line for RQ.
Oh, but also the end of the line for Lamborghini, eliminated in that fight. So too bad they have to continue playing without Lamborghini. There's always a very strong support for the team. But well, it's fine. It is what it is. And they currently have scored 4 elimination points. They are just 1 point below BTR. And the fact that BTR has been eliminated, they cannot continue to collect points. There's a likelihood that the D Xavier can climb up to them, be in number 5.
Okay, so, I mean, we've talked about DRS a while ago, and just because of the fact that, you know, this is not the play that we're used to seeing coming from DRS, but what do you think is happening with BTR?
But they didn't play with their regular roster. So I noticed that Satar isn't playing, Razy didn't play, so that's one. And then you have this mysterious player called Kent, whoever he is. No disrespect if he's the actual Kent, which I feel that it's not. He hasn't really been doing much for the team. So I don't know, is it like you just grab the janitor and just ask him to play on behalf or something?
You mean to say, I don't think that's Satar, that's Zubijika.
Oh, Zimmer Chicken. Oh,
Zimajika, you already forgot. You forgot,
yeah.
sir.
Because the gameplay is so unusual.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps, again, we are at the mercy of the teams here, whether or not they're going to show up. But, for the other teams, like Vikings, like Talon Esports, who recently scored a chicken dinner. So, perhaps while the Titans, per se, are still in the deep slumber for the grand finals, maybe they could take this opportunity to score a lot and make it hard, for those Titans to even catch up on the leaderboard.
Now, who's going to make it hard for who now? For between Vampire Esports and Talon? Talon sees them, use the high ground, or validate Mar instead. Are they going to stop? Okay, Vampire Esports surely stopped at the house below this hill. Well, Talon, they're interested in the high ground, which is fine. With the circle, you want to try to get the opportunity to be in the high ground as much as possible. And Talon, by pulling the trigger against Vampire Esports, now they have the high ground for themselves. But for Potato, he don't have this house for himself. Here comes Team Secret.
All right, here we go. We got Potato at the top of the stairs here, just waiting for anyone to actually step into his line of sight. We got Typhoon on the screen, but we got, okay, GK down on the floor already. Potato cooking up a nade here, could potentially shut down a couple players from the enemy side, but the core now also on his knees. But Team Secret still with 3 active members, and this might be the chance for them to again delete VOIN Donkey out of this game.
And Team Secret, they have this very good chance of doing exactly that. The other members of VOIN Donkey, they have arrived. They're on the other building. And I know there's a molly being sent onto the second floor, but I wonder by who? Who is there? Razak tries to send a nade. Nobody's home. Oh, that's Vexy. So Vexy arrives, joined with his other teammates. Team Secret is here at the man advantage, but Razak found Typhoon.
Effective shot coming from Razak, and now Typhoon is already down on the ground here. Frankie is still picking him up. GK managed to go at the top of the house here to provide his team with a great vantage point, and Razak just as instantly already facing the ground as well. So Team Secret is managing this fight quite impressively, I can say. And now Team Secret emerged victorious from that clash.
Wow, clean. 4 players intact. And now they have the 4 points. But for D Xavier, they're on the outside of the circle. Look at where they are. Around Lost Eagles. 2 players in Lost Eagles. Another 2 on the main peninsula. That's a big split there by D Xavier.
Oh, yeah. So far away. That only goes to show the like how much confidence they have, for the other team. But Champions Esports did not even hesitate to go for that massive spray. It's just like really saying, hey, you need to come back. We're all ready for a fight here. But if you don't want to go and take up the fight, I will be the one chasing you.
And D Xavier, time to get into the circle. But a lot more teams starting to come by in front of them. Naty now need to face off against HORAA Esports. Sends that smoke across. Wants to create a smoke bridge, but his position is pretty obvious to Sky. Who will gun him down?
That was a Nostra move from HORAA Esports. Just anticipating the attack from the opposition. But here comes Levi's now, avenging his comrade. Well, we still got 2 players for the side of the Saver. And we're looking at Levi's here, just hiding below the bridge. But that was still an accurate shot. We got Supreme diving into the ocean. And just like picking up some information as to where Levi's is exactly. But yeah, Levi's already got knocked down by another player.
And at the same time, Vampire Esports, they just ended a fight elsewhere and they're currently dominating. For HORAA Esports, it's only Sky and Sleepy. Now they will finish off Levi's to collect their elimination points. Supreme calling out for help. Stage 3, they will go in for the save. After that, it's about getting into the circle. But Paragin is passing by. Again, he wants to try to seek revenge for his fallen teammates, spraying into the smoke with the SLK. It does hit onto Sleepy, but not enough to knock him down. Now he cooks his own nade. If we can land this on the Supreme. But Supreme left the smoke.
Yeah, exactly. I think Pathogen did not throw that nade. I think it was a smoke. Okay, anyway, it's a 2v1 situation, ladies and gents. Sleepy with 50% of health here. Let's see if he can hit two birds with one stone. He goes in for Supreme. Supreme was able to take some damage there, but Pubg is low in HP as well. But oh, great attack with an S12K, putting down Supreme just like that. But you know what? Since they're already attacking the blue, both of the teams are suffering, getting their health chipped. But at the end of that match, it was Sleepy, of course, that took him down in the underworld.
Nice molly though by Sleepy to force him to move forward. Puts himself in an open position, and the rest was history after that. And now we're looking at Team Secret with the high ground. This position, you get to see a lot of teams, including Champions Esports. Kino is the one in the water. And Team Secret, they still have the circle. And guess who else in the middle? CelcomDigi Alliance.
Yeah, absolutely right. We can see everything from the mini map, of course, that you can see on the upper right side of the screen here. And yes, as for the teams that might have a chance to do a little bit of gatekeeping, that would be the boys of Alter Ego Era standing guard and maybe potentially cooking up something up against Vampire Esports. We got Sem9 also coming in from the southwest side. That's the same thing for HORAA Esports, but Kino, okay, he is currently staying on the bridge, but he is all by himself. So, like, if HORAA Esports decides to actually pass through the bridge, oh man, I'm not even sure if Kino can actually survive.
I'm sure he don't want to be all by himself.
Oh,
Yeah, but what to do? He is the final player champion, so I gotta learn to be Miss Independent. Oh, is that the right song? Yeah, Miss Independent. You gotta learn how to be Miss Independent, my friend.
ooh, pulling up some Neo music there, Sir Cloud. Okay, I get you. I thought you were gonna go for that. When I was young, I never needed anyone.
Oh,
Because that's a theme song right now for Kino. Because he's all by himself. But hey, he is already being guarded by two teams now. HORAA Esports coming from the south, and we've got Sem9 with him staying in the bridge. So that river right there is definitely going to turn red.
but Pixie tap down by Sleepy. Nice long range. And Sleepy is the one that needs to get into the circle. They don't have it. Zone is right behind them. HORAA Esports, they sent out one player to swim across just to see if the coast is clear. Across that bridge, they know that it's risky. The fact that Sem9 is on the other side. Sleepy spraying into the smoke. It did hit. His hit marker did flash. Second time around. Can he actually get a knock? Nope. No knock yet.
There is a need for HORAA Esports, of course, to clean up everything that is in front of them. Otherwise, they're going to have a hard time here getting through the zone. But anyway, Supreme as well as Sky, they've already, they swam across, just to get to the shore here. But they might go up against Team Secret this time. But just look at the situation. Team Secret, it's a high ground advantage here, and Freaky, he does have a mini 14, and I'm pretty sure that he does have a long scope here that could potentially shut down Sky even from within this angle.
Yeah. So this is actually not a bad spot to hide from, like, whoever who is on the high ground. Because of the curves, it's not easy for a good line of sight. But the bad news is that edge of the circle, you know what's gonna happen. You need to move at some point as well. And we'll find out how far the circle will be for HORAA Esports. Looks like not that far. Wow. 100 circle to the south. What luck.
Yeah, I can say they're very lucky at this point, to be honest. Like, if the circle actually favored going to the north side, oh man, they're gonna have to get inside the zone by brute force. That is it. But anyway, getting back into HORAA here, we can see that Sleepy is gauging the situation. He knows exactly that there's a team right in front of him, and he's trying to check, okay, can I make it out alive just in case I open fire up against this team? So those are probably the questions that he's having with the rest of the team here. But as for Sky, he's trying to sneak in an attack here, and it's so amazing that Freaky hasn't spotted him just yet.
But Typhoon, he spots FaZe Clan, and that is Dewey, still with his buggy. Pretty out in the open, and now Typhoon tries to get him with trusty M4. He does have a UMP on the other hand, but he's not going to do a hard push because he kind of has an idea that the other players of FaZe Clan are in the building. He could be punished if he overpicks.
Okay, so GK right now with okay, this is an M416, right? And a ×3 scope, which is rare for me to see. Usually it's just the 4x and the 6x scope here for the players. But yeah, we're looking at Typhoon. He knows exactly where FaZe Clan is. They do have the compound here, but it's a fortress right now for FaZe, so might be hard for them to crash. But if they could maybe find an opening knock, then that could make things easier for them to actually push forward.
Yeah, if only they can, right? Because this terrain is so rough, it's not easy. Wait, where is this position? Why can he see half of the top and part of the bottom? Okay. I didn't know that you can do that, but of course we are from a different view. I wonder for the players, can you actually see the top by doing that?
Yeah. And just look at Kino here. Having just a chill time in the waters. Must be the heat, but yeah, here comes Trang now. Going up against FaZe Clan with a DBS. We got Typhoon as well, then F416 doing a massive spray up against the Thailand. Was able to put down Dewey in the process, and now let's see some more if we can pick up some more pieces as he goes through this fight.
Now Macarius with his nade. And lobs it across.
Ooh.
And he got JK! What a three-pointer there. And now Macarius is going in for the save. He's picking up Shopper. JK is calling out for help. Here comes the cavalry, Frankie.
Let's see what Frank is going to do in this situation. Here we go. He opened up with the spray here up against FaZe. Was able to take a lot of damage onto his opposite opponent. And yeah, he did win the fight. Okay, so that's a total rampage coming from this player alone, and that's Team Secret for you, bagging 5 elimination points and sending FaZe Clan back to the lobby.
Oh, but then DRS, they have arrived. Typhoon will be eliminated, points stolen away. DRS looking for the other players. Okay, can they actually see where Frankie is at? They're not too sure, probably he went away. But FaZe Clan out, number 10, 2 elimination points. Same goes for Team Secret, number 9. But they scored 5 elimination points. They were eliminated while they were trying to get into the circle, going away from DRS.
Oh man, okay, so Alter Ego Ares has been receiving some hits as well and damage, but the good thing about this is the fact that Alter Ego Ares is holding onto a compound, so they still have some sort of protection, right? So even if they get knocked down, they will have a time for them to pick themselves up. So they're going to be safe, okay? But I cannot say the same though for DRS just yet. I did see someone getting knocked down on the ground, but no confirmation if they've already been taken out of the equation. I can still see that DRS is a complete squad. So let's see what Daybot right now on the screen here is going to do in this situation, because he might be phasing Vampire Esports all by himself.
All by himself. And Jimmy OP is definitely not all by himself. He got a long range knock across. I wonder who that is. Maybe a member of Alter Ego. And now they look. He sees Nuzi tapping away on the Nuzi. Nuzi takes damage. One more tap. Then now they look. He's the one to get Nuzi. 2 crosshairs onto Nuzi. And he cannot withstand that.
No. The fact that Daybot just witnessed the fact that Tony K and a couple of more players from Vampire Esports got knocked down by another team here, I don't think it's going to move any muscle at all. And as for the other Alter Ego Ares, have they been wiped out completely? Are we talking about Daybot?
There's only one more left. And I wonder where he is. Okay, we'll check back onto Alter Ego later, because right now Vikings in a sticky situation. They are in the blue. They are being gunned down by other teams. Vampire Esports finding it hard to move as well. It's either CelcomDigi Alliance or now DRS scoping down onto them. And Vampire Esports, they should be able to recover. But again, how are they going to move?
Wow, what a turn of events. I wasn't really expecting that, the rest of Alter Ego Warriors will be wiped out just like that. And Daybot, okay, is actually the one pretty close with Vampire Esports, but look at this angle that XMPL is actually holding on to. I mean, he does have a great vantage point up against Vampire, and he is capitalizing on this one. I mean, I don't see how Vampire Esports can survive this round just because of the fact that Delta has been applying a lot of pressure onto these two remaining players coming from Vampire, and just like that, I mean, the moment that they decide to descend from where they are exactly, that would be it, An example just made sure of that one.
And Vampire Esports eliminated number 7 elimination points. And number 6 is going to be Alter Ego. No points collected through eliminations this round. Top 5 teams, here we go. Either Sem9, DRS, DRS by the way, full squad. And also the other teams, CelcomDigi Alliance, Vikings, and HORAA Esports.
And this is it, for HORAA Esports. They have been staying over to the south side of the map here. They were not making any movements just yet. A while ago, they were taking it easy just because of the fact that, Team Secret was holding on to a high ground advantage. But right now, we got Sleepy, and he understands the situation that he needs to go through Sem9 before they can get inside the zone. So I'm not exactly sure what they're going to do in this situation, considering the fact that, both Sky and Sleepy so far away from each other. But perhaps, Sem9 will prioritize getting inside the circle here and might not even feel the presence of HORAA just yet. So that could be an advantage to HORAA Esports. They can have that element of surprise.
Yeah, it's good to be Ninja right now. It's good to be anonymous right now, but HORAA Esports, they're not anonymous. Look at this, Sleepy just got one out of Sem9. Sky will get Trexy from afar, and HORAA Esports, they're surrounding Sem9. Sem9? Sleepy? Still looking at it. They're trying to find the right angle, but get Dave from afar. Takes out Sky. Sky eliminated as Sleepy continues to put pressure on Sem9.
Okay, just because HORAA Esports decided to go up against Sem9, that also kind of compromised their location as well, and that opened up a way for DRS to focus their attention and energy onto HORAA Esports, thus, of course, resulting to their demise. But you know what? We were talking about DRS and them being at the bottom of the leaderboard, and now they just racked up a total of 12 elimination points, and if they bag the chicken dinner, oh man, they're gonna catapult themselves from the bottom to the top.
And here comes Superman to save Tins. Superman to the rescue. Yeah, that's something that you would expect from the Cape Crusader. Oh wait, Cape Crusader is someone else. Okay. Never mind about that. Yeah? But Killer YT, he wants to be the Superman for his team. Now, below him is going to be CelcomDigi Alliance. But the circle might shift. One more second. Stage 8 circle goes into the middle.
Okay, here we go. DRS Gaming seems to have found the rhythm, and it's working out for them. I think they're not sleeping anymore, and they came into this round ready to fight, and that's exactly what we are witnessing right now coming from the real soldiers. It's about time, fans are definitely waiting for them to pop off. We can see Vikings still alive, okay, with still like 3 of their members, so it's still doable. They will be coming from the north side. But we're looking at WinT right now, unleashing havoc up against Sem9. But can they really punish Sem9 at this point?
Yeah, with the high ground advantage, they possibly could. But the thing is that they don't have the circle. Do you put pressure onto Sem9? Sem9, they still need to cross the road. Because anything beyond the road is not in the circle. Time is on their side, 45 more seconds before the zone will close, and then we'll head on to stage number 9. That's what exactly Vikings is doing. They're focusing on getting into the circle. As Piran, knocked out by Delta from DRS.
Okay, as long as you have the high ground, I think you will always have the advantage up against the remaining teams here. We can see that DRS is really working hard to maintain that advantage, you know, and Delta just making sure that, you know, Sem9 is not going to come out alive from that spot. You know, obviously DRS is managing a lot of teams here. It's not just Sem9, but also CelcomDigi Alliance, which is, of course, second of the strongest team that we have in this round, just because of the fact that they are still a complete squad.
Yeah, 2 complete squads, anything can happen. And DRS will want to try to cut that out. CelcomDigi Alliance, they're on their way. Killer YT at the forefront. They see Killer YT as well. As Ade Luke is cooking up his day, Killer YT pretty much doing the same. And Nate's at the cross, Killer YT now, 40% of health. He does not have time to cook his next name. He has to fight right now with his AUGA3. And CelcomDigi Alliance, they fight, they will get him. But the trade-off is happening between the 2 teams now. And for DRS, only Gante and Delta left.
Oh my goodness, DRS defense is crumbling down like a deck of cards here. We got Kasim doing a massive counter up against DRS and was able to do so successfully. Gante with a massive spray and punch, unfortunately did not work out for Kasim, and Kasim right now going up against the last player here, Delta, with a shotgun at hand. But you know what? Kasim still was able to put DRS out of their misery together with Leons and of course Leo working together as a solid team.
Oh, they need to recover quickly, but beautiful spray by Leons to get that one knock. Now it's only Wonti left. And with that knock, CelcomDigi Alliance, they'll have the space to recover all their teammates. Wonti, he won't be going for the save yet. He's asking Tins to come further forward. Will he eventually save him? But look at the answer, it's going to be no from Leons.
Yeah, this is going to be hard just because of the fact that CelcomDigi Alliance was able to eliminate DRS. They now possess, of course, the high ground advantage compared to Sem9. It's going to be a 4v1 situation. Now here comes Yuhai right now, shutting down Leo, but we still got 3 more plays to go for the CelcomDigi Alliance. And that was it, ladies and gents. CelcomDigi Alliance winning this round and scoring the 3rd chicken dinner of the night.
From being absent the past 2 rounds, now they come back with a bag, with their chicken dinner. CelcomDigi Alliance for you. And I wonder how many elimination points did they get, but it doesn't matter. The chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. Of course, we'll look at the scores later on, but the fact that they had the high ground this round, they took it away from the hands of their opponents. They focused on keeping themselves with that elevation, with the geography. When it comes to stage number 9, they had it all in the bag. And these are the amount of eliminations for CelcomDigi Alliance. A total of 8.
And it was also like an essential move for them to really challenge up DRS for that spot. The moment that they actually won the fight, it was smooth like butter, you know, for the side of CelcomDigi Alliance to win this round. But we cannot discount the fact that DRS, despite not getting the chicken dinner, they were able to bag a lot of points, which I feel like, you know, it's going to have like a big impact in the overall rankings.
Yeah, it was smooth operator.
Dude, I thought you were going to go for smooth criminal, but you went for smooth operator. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, smooth criminal, we did that many times, right? So gotta throw in another
something
oldie
new,
but
something
still
new.
goodie.
Yeah, that is right.
I think smooth operator is older than smooth criminal. I'm not sure. Gotta fact check that.
Dun, 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 dun,
Oh.
dun, 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 dun.
Okay, we can tell whose favorite song is that.
Yep. Teams to watch, ladies and gents. Pretty much the same set of teams that we've seen earlier. Okay, HORAA, we got Sem9, DRS, and of course CelcomDigi Alliance. I think, you know, for DRS, since they've had an explosive round, the fact that they were able to get a lot of points in Miramar, winning the chicken dinner would just be like a cherry on top, right? But I think they have done extremely well considering their position in the overall rankings.
Oh yeah. This is definitely a needed booster for DRS. I'm sure it will boost them up from the number 16. They shouldn't be there, but that also means that another team will drop on to number 16. So that's something that we will see later on. As for Sem9, HORAA Esports, they also appear as our teams to watch. But for our players to watch, Tony K compared with Example.
Okay, 5 elimination points goes to Tony K, 748 damage output, also Tony K, and team contribution, wow, a whopping 71.43%. So obviously this guy did most of the heavy lifting, and cannot really say that this is not like a huge gap. With this kind of performance, I can say that Tony K did slightly better compared to XMPL of DRS.
But the one that did a lot better is Delta from DRS. Who needs utilities when you can bring in 5 eliminations and 837 damage? You don't get to see that all the time. No utilities, no problem. All he wants is to shoot. Go around gun blazing, bring in the points for the team, job done.
Okay, here we go. I mean, it's about time. Just like I said, it has been a long time coming for DRS to make a power play for the grand finals, and this could be like their turning point. This could be a start of something new for DRS. Maybe this will be this will contribute to for them to really do good in the remaining matches for today. And for the other performers, it's Tony K from Vampire. We've got XMPL Delta coming from DRS, and also Sky of HORAA Esports. Just like I said, it's the usual name so far.
Yeah, lots of usual faces, but on top, also kind of usual. I mean, CelcomDigi Alliance is always a consistent team. They score 18 points, but actually DRS also 18 points because of the 14 eliminations collected. Wow. Yeah, we haven't seen them a lot on screen, so they are very, very motivated to not be at the number 16. But for VOIN Donkey, a team that has been doing well throughout the entire season, this time, no points at all for them. But it's only one round out of the many, many to come. So it's okay for the fans of VOINs. Don't worry yet.
Okay, here we go. Match stats: 143 throwables used in the match. Here we've got airdrops loaded with 3. I think this is the same player, Delta, setting up the longest elimination distance, 359 meters. I think he was also the same guy that pulled off this kind of stunt.
Okay, yeah. With that kind of stunt, to also contribute to the overall points. Welcome back, Alter Ego, to number 1. 77 points collected so far, and they are above Talon, pushing Talon down to number 2. Of course, it's the grand final, so that's why that number 1 spot is so important. And then we have HORAA Esports up here, followed by Vampire Esports and CelcomDigi Alliance, who just scored that chicken dinner. They boost themselves up to number 5, no longer on page number 2, but on page number 2.
Okay.
Now it's Aeromacy at number 60.
Okay. I did expect it to be even, higher. Okay, but DRS and Sim9 were the two teams who actually did great, moving up ranks here. DRS now at 46 points, and now because DRS was able to save themselves from the bottom, it is now Tribe Aeromacy at the last spot in the leaderboard ranking. So I do wonder if they can do something for us today, or maybe they can do something for them to improve their position in the rankings. But anyway, more of that action, ladies and gents. Please don't go away. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a break. are dropping back into action here, ladies and gents. Welcome back to the Ruthless Hype Invitational Showdown Season 10. Okay, for a moment there I was thinking, okay, what segment? Okay, but anyway, Season 10, ladies and gents. And again, my name is Red Queen, together with Sir Cloud. And we cannot wait, of course, to start the match just because we are already halfway through day number 2. Can you believe that?
Yeah, 3 more games to go for today. And once we wrap this one up, then we will be in the second half of the grand finals. Ooh, that's where the sprint is starting to show. But in case you just joined us, just to keep you guys up to speed, Vampire Esports scored the first chicken dinner, followed by Talon, 2 teams that happen to have wings. And then CelcomDigi Alliance coming back after a quiet first half to score that chicken dinner before we come into match 10.
CelcomDigi Alliance actually came in swinging in match number 3, and they did not just take a win. I feel like they also made a statement, you know, securing that chicken dinner with an 18-point haul. I feel like they just reminded everyone that they are also like a force to be reckoned with. And speaking of other forces, we also have Alter Ego Eras, Vampire Esports, and Bigetron by Vitality as also the top ERANGEL performers. So we're done with 2 Miramars, and now we're with the OG map of PUBG.
I picked Alter Ego before, so I don't want to do a double. Do you have a team in mind?
Okay. Nah, production, you go first.
Okay, yeah, it's always us, right? Why not? Ooh, I like that. DRS, they are starting
DRS,
to
okay.
team up.
Yeah, I agree with you. Oh my gosh.
You need to get your point up.
I know, right? I know. For this round, I feel like let's go with VOIN Donkey.
Wow, our producer says that if DRS scores a point, he will transfer the point to Red Queen. Wow.
Very generous. We got a very generous Astro over here. Thank you. Okay. I think I'll go with VOIN Donkey.
Okay. Right. I will go with FaZe Clan. Let's go.
FaZe not bad at all. Man, this prediction thing for me is really way off.
This is the longest streak, right?
Longest, yeah. Hey, we already made a deal. Like if I don't score any points, you know, for the whole tournament, then I might do something that you guys would love.
So production.
Are you sure? Are you sure you want to give me your point, production?
Ooh. Now he's second thinking that. But okay, tease to us. What might you do?
Just because I came across this very I can say a nice song. It's from a Nepali artist, and I kind of happen to like it, so I would want to do a not really a cover like I would sing, but just like really maybe doing content for that.
Okay. How does the song sound like?
Okay, I don't know if you guys know this, but just listen. I'm just gonna hum it, okay?
All right.
And I don't exactly know the lyrics yet, but I feel like you already know this. So, high heels, dun 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 dun.
Does our producer know that song? I
think so. No,
Okay.
for sure. But
No.
okay, I'm gonna give you a clue. There were some of you guys in the comment section that have been saying that, oh, Red Queen, you are this. It's a flower. It blooms at night. You know, it's also known as Red Queen. So yeah, it's Ratorani.
Ratorani? What does Ratorani mean?
So yeah. So yeah, well, from what I've read, it's a flower that blooms in the evening. So it's also known as Red Queen. I'm just not sure, but I've read something like that. And there's this artist who currently lives in New York, I think, based in New York, and she came up with this song, and it's a feminist song of some sort. So I kind of like the vibe, and I was really liking it. So I feel like, oh, maybe I should do this. I think it was by Jenny.
Jenny? Jenny
Jenny
who?
from the block.
Okay.
Jenny the artist.
Jenny from the block. Yeah, I was expecting you to say that. Yeah. Jenny from the block. Yeah. Is she still active though? Jennifer Lopez?
Jennifer Lopez is Jenny from the block.
Oh, J-Lo. I could use myself some J-Lo. Jello people, Jello. It's not what it sounds. I am kind of hungry right now. Just like how these teams are hungry for ERANGEL. Let's jump into it.
Let's go. I'm pretty sure you guys are already excited to see who will come out on top here for the second ERANGEL this evening. And again, we still have one more ERANGEL to go after this. So let's see who will be dominating. If they ever dominate, can they replicate it in the next ERANGEL to follow? So that's just some of the questions that I have in mind. But of course, all right, here we go. Flight path is over to the left side of the ERANGEL here, south to north. We might see teams, of course, choose to drop in military base. Maybe FaZe, VOIN, and even Team Secret headed towards Novoretnoy. But let's see if it's going to be mostly the same drops that we've seen during day number 1.
Yeah, if we were to compare those drops, well, Yasnaya was a clash point. Other than that, not really. But based on this flight path, to drop directly into Yasnaya is quite far. So whether it will be a clash point still or not, we don't know. Things might change. Unless if the flight path is above Yasnaya, then cool. But I'm also looking at our top player stats, right? It's starting to change. We don't get to see as many Rosemarys as before. Delta hitting the headshots. Highest damage is still Rosemary, but Sky is catching up. And also Tony K was in one of the stats too. So the power shift is happening now.
Okay, here we go. I do wonder though if CelcomDigi Alliance can maybe pull off like a double chicken dinner round for today. I mean, they have been able to really build a solid momentum in the previous match. So let's see if they can bring it back here in ERANGEL. Anyway, we're looking at Vikings at the moment, and there's a team actually pretty close to them, and that would be, of course, Tribe Aeromacy again with a drop clash. Rig and Superman are close to each other, so I feel like they're gonna open up the matches here.
And Superman low ground. Oh, wait. Oh, he didn't expect Tricks to shoot from afar. He underestimated Tribe Aeromacy and their positioning, and with that, he will pay the price for it. Vikings now only 3 players with Tribe Aeromacy surrounding them, and they know they have the numbers. So this is just a matter of time before Tribe Aeromacy rush in and finish them off.
Perhaps, or maybe Rig is holding on to a piece of kryptonite, in his pocket. That's why Superman instantly dropped on the floor. But hey, let's see what's going to happen if Tribe Aeromacy can continue on. This domination up against Vikings Esports is a 4v3 for now. Vikings is setting up a better defense, but they have to make this count since they also need to improve their numbers. Same thing goes for Tribe. So technically speaking, both of the teams are a little bit famished in terms of like securing a chicken dinner for themselves.
But yeah, So it's almost a lose-lose situation unless if Aeromacy really comes out on top. Well, they're looking good so far, especially with the fact that they got Superman. But on the mini screen, swapped over to the bigger screen. Tony K just got a nade on Gigante. DRS Esports. Not the first time they meet in Primos.
Nope, they're still fighting for this spot, of course, marking their turf. We got Tony K still knocked down on the ground here, and a pickup won't be possible for now. Let's see, but Onzen already popping off some smoke here to conceal their location. Picking up Tony K, but Example just threw a nade, and now Onzen down on the floor, and Tony K out of the game.
And there goes Wunti as well. Vikings falling apart, but we shift back over to Vampire Esports with DRS. It looks like DRS, yeah, somehow winning this fight. Vikings eliminated number 16, no points this round. As for Nuzi, he's here all alone. Schweppes is on the other building in the middle of town. So DRS can full focus on the Nuzi. A nade on the second floor. Oh, a stun grenade blinded for a second.
Okay, Newsy, double barrel shotgun from second, jumping onto the ground floor. But unfortunately, Onzen is still, fighting against time here. Just really wishing for the rest of the team here to do good and to eliminate the opposition. But unfortunately, Gande just, took his life there. And Vampire Esports got eliminated. It's a good thing that DRS won the fight.
Yeah, and now they're the kings of Primos. And this is a important position to be in because of how the first circle is. There is a chance that it will go down military base. So being a Primos is a good spot in case of that hard shit that happens.
Okay, here we go. Maybe this time we can see a military base finish just because that we have like a portion of the main island and a big part of the military base here. So this could be a tricky situation for all of the teams.
Yeah, if it happens, then of course for us it's always entertaining. We haven't got a main to the base circle yet in the grand finals, so might as well. It's a good time. We didn't even get that in the last few days of the playoffs. So why not? This is definitely a good time. Now that we have the best of the best 16 teams here in the grand finals, it would be nice to see how they overcome the situation.
Yep. I mean, the harder the circle, it's great for us just because we will see just how teams can adapt and also how good they are with their versatility inside the game here, which is, of course, great skills to master in playing PUBG. I mean, those are just some of the ingredients to cook that secret sauce, for your chicken dinners, ladies and gents. And map feed on the right side of the screen here, we can see that slowly teams are headed towards, at the end of the bridge there, over to the west side. We can see Sem9, we can see D-Saver BTR, even CelcomDigi Alliance close to each other. But you know what? Alter Ego Eras is just looking at what's happening in front of them and probably already coming up, with a plan on how to destroy each team that they see in front.
Yeah, I'm also looking at nobody is committing into main to the base except for FaZe Clan because that's their starting drop point. So everyone else is playing around Very Pier, Primos, and that means it's starting to get real crowded there. More teams coming in, passing by Gaka is Team Secret. And BTR happen to go the opposite way, okay? They're gonna high-five each other. And a few shots taken by BTR to show away Team Secret. Team Secret, clearly, they are not interested.
To fight for now. I mean, it's too early to have any conflicts whatsoever, so perhaps they want to live to fight another day here. But Killer YT taking in some damage coming from Daybot of Alter Ego Eras and sealing the deal. Okay, Daybot manages to put one in the pocket here, and of course, DRS playing with one less member. And let's see how is that going to impact their overall gameplay since they just started picking up their momentum.
Yep, the momentum is what they need now. Especially now that we have Team Secret and Alter Ego. One player of Team Secret down, which is Frankie. Oh, it's not Alter Ego, it's D-Xavier. Alright, they will rush in. They know they have the man advantage, but GK gets Paragon. And they want to trade off each other. GK knocked down. But he got Nate in the process. Oh, he's actually fearing from 79 knocking GK. So 79 is around the corner as well. But Team Secret, they came out on top of the Xavier. Maybe 79 is going to follow up.
Okay, here we go. Pekko obviously is doing some reset here, was able to heal himself up. But Team Secret Typhoon just took Levi's. And Ashley has taken down Levi's in the Underworld. Example as well, DRS facing the ground here. And Daybot has been collecting some points off of DRS.
Yeah, okay. Now Malabik wants to collect points for himself as well. Charging in to smoke. He gets two. Nicely executed. And his other teammate, Mr. Kent, perhaps, took care of the high ground. Oh, it's Federalists. They took care of Typhoon. One simple rush. And you blink and you miss a moment. DTR wins that fight against Team Secret.
Okay, we can see Delta trying to dodge the Molly attack here coming from Alter Ego. Ares Giante will be coming to the rescue, but he's still so far away. And Delta, that's it. He took a nade, and now Rosemary is just making sure that there will be no coming back from that one. No Lazarus effect whatsoever. You will be sent back to the lobby here for now. We're looking at 12 teams remaining. DRS bagging 4 elimination points, but Giante is left all alone to deal with business here up against Alter Ego.
And by all alone, meaning yes, he's alone and he will deal the business by himself, getting Krypton. But he's pretty low. He needs that time and space to heal up. Alter Ego will not give him that one, and revenge is served. DRS out at number 12. This time 5 elimination points. And as of now, DRS, they are not at number 16 because of the points collected.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. After a strong performance, and now they're not looking too hot, for ERANGEL. But you know what? I can say that somehow the fights have been fast paced just because of the fact that we are at stage 2 and we already lost the likes of Vampire Esports, Team Secret, the Savior, DRS, and even Vikings, who wasn't able to even put up any put any points into the bag.
Can Axel put up points here? Doing a bit of scouting work, okay. Not gonna overcommit. As HORAA Esports still with a chill game. Okay, I wonder where we are with the circle now. 30 more seconds before it's the stage number 3. It's looking like the circle actually went to the main peninsula.
Oh man, okay, there goes our hopes for a military base finish. But okay, I think it's gonna be easy, for the teams. But okay, we got Champions Esports back on the screen here, and they did open fire up against FaZe, who is passing through. But FaZe, I don't think they're going to be taking the bait. They are prioritizing to get inside the circle, perhaps, or maybe getting a solid position here to utilize. But as for Champions Esports, I feel like because the circle already shifted again, they will have to deal with Talon and maybe even CelcomDigi Alliance. But CelcomDigi Alliance right now taking care of business as well up against 7-9. So perhaps they need to settle the conflict first before they can even address the issue with Talon Esports. But then again, it could be a 3-way battle.
Oh, it's possible now. But we're going to focus on the 2-way battle between Talon and CelcomDigi Alliance first. One winning screen is going to be 7-9. And the moment Talon stepped in, now they look was ready for it. Knocking down Axel. And 7-9, they're busy with VOIN Donkey as well. They managed to get one. Looking for Vexy now. Vexy coming in on the other side. 7-9 managed to get Vexy. And in the building, one more player of VOIN Donkey. And 7-9 will deal with them.
What a chain of events that just happened. Talon, VOIN Donkey, 7-9, CelcomDigi Alliance losing some members. We got teams getting eliminated before we even finish stage 3 here. So things are already getting exciting. Supreme from HORAA Esports, No Fear getting picked up one by one. And that is a confirmation coming through. No Fear has been taken out of the equation. And right now we're looking at CelcomDigi Alliance going up against Talon Esports. Boys is still not down on the ground here. So perhaps perhaps we can see that Celcom does have that advantage, that leverage up against Talon Esports, and we all know they do need some points, of course, to improve their status in the overall rankings. So let's see if they can actually win this fight up against Talon Esports, who already bagged the chicken dinner for today.
But let's see if they can get another one. But first, this fight needs to be won. So far, CelcomDigi Alliance doing so well against Talon. One player down, held as a hostage. Then Nate in front of Olio. Chipped him down to 10% of health. And here comes Adeluk. Shot toss. Nate!
Oh!
There's no point here. Adeluk survives the explosion at the same time.
Oh, man. You did not see that one coming, that is for sure. 4 points now in the bag for CelcomDigi Alliance. And again, you know, somebody already opened up Pandora's box, and we are already experiencing a pandemonium happen in front of our eyes. Leon getting eliminated. CelcomDigi Alliance now down to just 2 members here. And Champion Esports is about ready, of course, to obliterate the remaining players of CelcomDigi Alliance. FaZe is trying to get lucky with some shots here coming from Jewy, but it is not connecting at all.
As for Sky from HORAA Esports now, he's duoing with Sleepy. While anticipating the next circle, where will it go? Teams are quite well spread out. Looks like it goes towards the Gatka field, slightly towards the northern side. BTR in the middle. 7-9 in the circle as well, so they're not in a hurry to move. Same goes for HORAA Esports. But what's going to be interesting is the teams on the right side, including FaZe Clan. There's a good amount of teams there, but there's also a lot of space to rotate up north. So teams can scout and try to move to that direction in the circle.
Okay. Just anticipating, of course, a fight between Tribe Aeromacy and RQ, and even Alter Ego Eras. So I feel like those 3 teams that I mentioned, before they can even step into the zone, I feel like there's really a fight that will ensue between all of those teams here, and perhaps, you know, a team might not make it into the zone, but let's see what's going to happen as Olio now charges up against HORAA Esports, and Olio losing his life from HORAA.
Oh, Sleepy. How is he going to move? Lots of pressure onto him. Try to tap onto Sleepy, but Sleepy is of course safe behind the wall, so that's okay. A FaZe Clan on the outside circle now. They must be looking at the storeroom, but the fact that HORAA Esports is there, it's not going to be an option for them unless they clear off HORAA Esports. Unless, of course, they can move to somewhere else, but it seems to be a lot of them occupied.
Okay, we got Jewy setting his eyes onto this player inside the shack here, but he needs to be careful not to overextend his peak just because of the fact that, you know, there are other players that looking in his direction as well. And we can see that he took in a lot of damage from another player from across the field. But Alter Ego Era is taking their time. 4 points in the bag now, but 2 casualties as well. And again, before they can even step inside the zone, they will have to deal with RRQ at this point.
And for Alter Ego, they're still taking their sweet time. And look at this, they're still around the area of Ferry Pier where the zone is at. Okay. Sharing vehicles is always a good thing. PSA, if you can do that, why not? And on the elimination feed, 7-9 now against Champions Esports. That's somewhere in the middle of the circle, slightly down south.
Okay, now everyone is being quiet. So we're back into the information gameplay. Knowledge will always be power here. And you absolutely have to be accurate as to where to point the guns. You have to manage your resources as well, because we are nearing the end of this round. As for Bigetron, okay, they're holding on to a compound here. And so far, I feel like it's an impenetrable fortress. But of course, it all boils down to like how good the execution will be coming from Bigetron if ever RQ decides to crash the compound. 7-9, I feel like they will take things easy for now. They're gonna probably let RQ deal with BTR before they can even step into the fight here. But you know, they could be challenged by Champions Esports, who will be coming from their right side.
And the zone might force Champions Esports to cross that road. Okay, let's see. Alright, yes, it does move slightly north. Champions Esports don't have the circle, and Sem9 will be keeping a close eye on them. Just like how we can see on screen, as Pubg is looking at Sem9. So to a certain extent, unless they rotate behind, if they want to just rotate straight in the circle, then you need someone to deal with Sem9. But they can still create smoke bridges, so that's another option for them.
And this is a great circle still, for Bigetron Vitality, just because like still a portion of the compound they're staying at is still included in the zone. So no pressure yet, for the team to leave the sanctuary. But as for Tribe, Aeromacy, and FaZe Clan, that is a 2-for-1, that was an amazing performance coming from Dewey, just because he was able to put down not just one player but two, and Tribe Aeromacy exited the game with 4 points in the bag here, which brings us down to just 8 teams remaining for stage 5. And again, we still got 2 minutes and 15 more seconds in the clock before we move to stage 6. But as for Champions Esports right now, going up against Sem9, oh well, it's not looking too good.
Oh, but then again, they dealt with Jimmy OP at the end. Oh, they dealt with Ade Look at the end. And at least they managed to get into this circle. But obviously, position compromise. Everybody saw that. CelcomDigi Alliance out, number 8. 5 elimination points. Make that 6 elimination points this time. As for FaZe Clan, they saw whatever happened earlier. Now they will put their interest onto Champions Esports for sure.
That could be the case. But as for RQ, cannot really say that if this is the best spot for them, just because they could get pinched by BTR and Sem9, because Sem9 obviously needs to move, and BTR is holding on to a prime location here. So I feel like maybe RQ is deciding, okay, I think we need to snag this compound from this team, and well, that could be essential, to our victory here in this round. But that is, of course, still a big question mark, because they do not have to have to go through against BTR, but they also have to go through up against Sem9.
Okay. Lots of teams down south, as you can see there on the minimap. At least 3 different teams. They might be forced to move because of the zone. RQ with a high ground in between BTR and also Sem9. But Pubg spotted by FaZe Clan. Yep, we did talk about this earlier on, because the commotion that happened, FaZe Clan, they're interested to try to get something out of that. And is Chopper gonna go for it? Yes, he's interested. Oh, Red Bull. Oh, looks like they turned back, because the 2 players of Champions Esports, they reset it. So probably they find that it's not worth it.
Okay, and right now I feel like the last few zones will be in the open field here. But just imagine if the zone still favors BTR, Sir Cloud. Oh, okay. We spoke too soon. So BTR now needs to get inside the zone, but the fight between them and RQ and even Sem9, oh, it's gonna happen. It is definitely gonna happen now.
It goes to the open area. And FaZe Clan made a smart move. They sent Red Bull and Macaris up north there. So now they became a marker for the rest to follow. The bigger question right now is the 3 teams at the southern side. This will be the end of at least 1 or maybe even 2 teams with this current situation. And it's going to erupt in about 10 more seconds as the zone will close by then.
Honestly, if FaZe play their cards right, I feel like they're gonna bag the chicken dinner here, just because of their location. Because if BTR needs to step forward, again, they're gonna have to pick up the fight against RQ. We got Sem9 as well, and then Sleepy, he's the last remaining player for HORAA Esports. Alter Ego Air is a little bit exposed, and Champions. Let's see if they can sustain, of course, the play up against the remaining teams here.
And with the high guard advantage still. Okay. This is Sleepy now all alone against Sem9. Sem9 has the numbers. They can easily rush in and finish him off. That is HORAA Esports number 7. 1 elimination point, Sem9. They'll be hugging each other at the storeroom within the circle still. Wow, can you imagine that this little shack is still in the circle? That's crazy.
And everybody knows that there's actually a team hiding in that very spot just because, like, there's a lot of smoke surrounding that shack. But anyway, RQ still continues to do a rapid spray here. But BTR already ready to dominate up against Alter Ego. Eric, you can see that Fox now is, just unleashing havoc right at this moment. Daybot trying to defend himself with a nade, but yeah, I don't think he's gonna come through with that.
Boxing now is the player for BTR! Run down by RRQ! BTR eliminated, now it's only Daybot against RRQ. Can Daybot actually pull off heroics here? It's going to be pretty hard, but he will try as he might. He managed to get Gen Force. Okay, looking for more, but then again, the RRQ. They still want to fight this one. Daybot shot from afar by Napeko.
All right, 4 teams remaining right now. We got FaZe, we got RQ, we got Sem9, we got Champions Esports, but one of them is currently bleeding out there in the open. And now we're looking at 3 teams remaining because Champions just got eliminated. And now we can see that FaZe is trying so hard to do a zone control here. I mean, obviously RQ doesn't have any anywhere place to go, and Asa already knocked down on the ground here. Lapar, they don't even have that much cover to begin with. So FaZe, again, if they play this rough, they could back at chicken dinner.
Nice long range play by Macarius. Now all in focus onto RRQ. Is that it? Send nades across. 1, 2, 3. That's a lot of nades there. Okay, but RRQ, will any of those nades connect? So far, not yet. They are aiming at the shack, but no member of RRQ is actually inside of it. That is very smart of RRQ to move out.
8 points in the bag now. Solid offense still coming from Sem9. Okay, late entry game, I can say. Peko managed to get behind that haystack. Unfortunately, he did pick up a nade there. FaZe Clan Marcalis also took some damage from a grenade, but was able to dodge it just in the nick of time here, so he is still alive with only 70% of health. But Peko, I don't think is gonna be picked up just because of the situation here. Marcaris is applying a lot of pressure onto the side of RQ as well. But you know what? Considering the situation, I feel like FaZe is managing 2 teams here.
Yeah, they need to manage Sem9 as well. And that's where Sem9 Yohai got Dewey. But Macarius, for him to shift his attention, he's really busy with RRQ. But Sem9 has to come in. And Chopper will be knocked down by Yohai. They're looking for the next target now. Yohai finishes off Chopper. Sem9 on a rampage. 10 eliminations. And right now, we can see that Sem9 still continue to put pressure on the FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, they're holding on. While RRQ now, checked out by Chexi. Knife spray onto the Peko. Reaching himself down to 50%.
Oh, I do wonder if it was the right decision for FaZe Clan to actually go on a 2-2 split here. They could have let Sem9 go up against RQ and just stayed on the northern side, but let's see now, because FaZe just put that down to their last player, which is now, of course, Sem9 holding onto the top spot here, or like the best team to get that chicken dinner. Here comes Spider now with a massive spray up against RQ. Wasn't able to connect.
But the nades continue to rain down. And Chexi is managing RRQ by himself. Good chance still for Sem9. But then again, RRQ, maybe they can still do it. But if you look at the zone is going to force Gen Force to move. Stage 8 coming soon. And the one that gets the circle is going to be Sem9 Fearon. Sem9 has now the circle control. They stand a very, very good chance to score the chicken dinner.
But the zone did not favor them. Okay, it's now Sem9 who has most of the zone here. So, yeah, let's see. Trexy continues to do a massive spray. Of course, up against Peko and Lapar here. It's a total rampage. 10 elimination points now in the bag for FaZe Clan before they got eliminated. Okay, that is a solid performance still, even if they weren't able to secure the chicken dinner. Now, RRQ is just really receiving all of the punishment coming from Sem9, and just like that, Sem9 now is the champion of the match here, eliminating everyone from inside this lobby. So now they're wearing the crowns for match number 10 here, day number 2 of the grand finals.
Wow, it felt like it's been a while that we saw 7-9 scoring a chicken dinner. Well, to be exact, actually, they scored the last chicken dinner in the playoffs, and that's why they are here now. And this is their first chicken dinner of the grand finals. It took them 10 matches to finally get it, but it's not too late yet, of course. There's still a lot more games to go. Great work here by 7-9, and I believe they score a good amount of elimination points together with it. They were dominating from what we saw earlier on during the game. This could be like 12, 13, and confirm 13 eliminations.
13. Wow. Okay. And also okay, another team. Okay, that was FaZe putting 10 elimination points as well. So those teams I think that finished in the top 3 for this round scored a double-digit finish. Okay, we're gonna check that in just a while. So I do wonder now, Circle, do you think the defense set out by FaZe Clan, do you think it was the most logical way on how to handle the situation just a while ago during the end zone?
I would say yes. That was the best because if you gotta think about it as well, it's like the open area, so there's a limited amount of things that you can do in an open area. Like it's either like, okay, you're ready to prone, or you have vehicles. So if you have vehicles, great, then you have options. But if you already used your vehicle before, and then like the circle shifts, it's exploded, you made a barricade with it, you obviously cannot use that vehicle again. So there's a limited amount of options, especially if you don't have vehicles. And that's why if it's like an open circle that teams would anticipate, having vehicles is so important.
It's crucial, to be honest. That's one of the contributing factors, of course, to like how you can win a round. For me, okay, managing 2 teams, I feel like they should have just stay put. They could have just let 7-9 handle business with RQ up until when the circle shifted. I think that having the zone control would have helped them to get the win, for this round. But a lot of strategists definitely can come into play here the moment that we reach the latter stages. But then again, we can only crown one winner since that's the nature of the competition. But anyway, head to head here, 2,660 damage output set out by 7-9 of Malaysia with 13 elimination points, and that is, I can say, quite a gap compared to RQ's performance.
Well, the one that created the most gap among all the other individuals is our MVP of this match, Red Bull for FaZe Clan. Not the first time that he scored an MVP for himself in a round. This time it's his. 7 eliminations, 900 damage, and 12 utilities used. Came close to scoring a chicken dinner until 7-9 showed up.
Yes, you are absolutely right. Now, I do wonder, because we've always seen Red Bull's name pop on the screen here in terms of like MVP, top performance. Do you think he is I think he's also part of the roster, right, for those players gunning for the MVP title?
Yes. It's either he's still in it or he should be close, because we have seen him as part of the road to MVP before. So somebody that you need to get an eye on. Who knows, he might be the number 1 after this. Of course, the numbers, that's where we are here for. 7-9, 23 points, FaZe Clan 15 points, RQ Ryu 13 points. That's the double-digit club. But we have 4 teams, VOIN Donkey, Xavier, Vampire Esports, and Vikings, who did not collect a single point.
Yeah, they had an early elimination. Okay, so that is a tough one. Now, I am waiting, of course, to see the overall ranking and how the team's performance actually affected their position in the leaderboard. So far, we're looking at FaZe and RQ ending the game with a double-digit score despite not winning the chicken dinner. I can still say that was a solid performance right there.
Right, and here are some of the other numbers. So we're starting to see like the throwables used, like around 200, 250. So that seems to be the regular number in the grand finals. Okay, anything like if it touches 300, then that's a lot. But for page 1, wow, with 7-9 chicken dinner, immediately leapfrog to number 3.
Yeah, okay. Podium finish, I can say. Moved up 8, rank 69 here with a chicken dinner. Okay, CelcomDigi Alliance, okay, 1 point up the ranks as well with 66. HORAA Esports as well as Vampire Esports moved down a couple of ranks here. FaZe also with an improved performance, now at 62, and now BTR is already a non-mover in the 8th place in the leaderboards.
And the number 16 is still Tribe Aeromacy here, since they only managed to score 4 points in this round, so non-movers there. Vikings are slowly sliding down back. Now they're at number 14, and they are 9 points away from Tribe Aeromacy. So they are in a dangerous position of going back into the number 16 spot. I'm sure they don't want that. But they still have 2 more rounds to go today to make up for that situation. Before we head on to the next round, we'll take a short break. See you guys after this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back now for the second last game for today. Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. My name is CelcomDigi together with, yes, this is still Red Queen, by the way, in case you're wondering, oh, who is that? Why is it a different background? Why is it a different mic? Yeah, I assure you, it's still her.
Yes, it is still I, the Red Queen. But you know what, CelcomDigi, let's just point out a a pattern here. So we've had like a Nepali day, we've had Indonesian day, and right now I can see two teams dominating. Of course, the chicken dinners. We've got Celcom and of course Sem9. I can say that again. It's about time that there are other teams really stepping up into the competition here, because well, those teams that we did expect to really come out guns blazing, come out swinging, and just really aggressive and getting those chicken dinners are not the ones really stepping up right now.
Yeah, they need to step up because we're running out of games. After today, then it's going to be the last 12 games for everyone. And I worry by then the point gap might be far because we're in the finals. In the finals, the main goal is only that number one top tier spot. So especially for teams of phase 2, hopefully we get to see them do well after this. But Red Queen, of course, we are going to do our prediction again.
Oh man, I don't even
mind.
want to think. No, I don't. again, we don't even know who's in the mood to actually score a chicken dinner here. Like some of the Titans that we've seen really perform during the playoffs are not really the ones stepping up their gameplay today. So yeah, the algo for me is really off. That's why we're looking at a donut for Red Queen. So okay, Sir Cloud, who are you gonna go for?
Oof. It's so hard. I'll be honest, in the previous round, like if it was not FaZe Clan, I would have picked Sem9. Like I had like two names floating in my mind. So I guess this time I don't want to hesitate on the first name that popped out in my mind. I'll go for D Xavier.
Oh man, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Since it's already the last ERANGEL, I'm gonna go with, oh my gosh. Oh. I haven't picked DRS just yet.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go with DRS.
All right. DRS, the real soldiers. Production. What you up for? Headache. Who will get it? Headache.
Alter Ego. Okay.
Okay. Not as explosive as yesterday, but these are like the sleeping giants. You never know if they will suddenly just show up and just stomp everyone and create explosions around towns like what we see on screen. Let's get to ERANGEL.
I feel like for Alter Ego, if we're gonna be honest, I feel like it was just like announcing that Rosemary is gonna play, for the grand finals. It's just like announcing their presence that, it's gonna be a different pace, for Alter Ego errors. I think that's just it. But for now, Alter Ego, I feel like they're on the passive side. They're taking things slow, they're taking things easy, but I feel like on day number 3 it's gonna change again.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's always that A3 and maybe even A4, suddenly you see like a team supercharge themselves to H1. So that is possible. We've seen that before multiple times. BTR, look at you guys.
Oh man, BTR. Okay, here we go. Let's see now. Okay, here we go. Flight path a little bit on the north side. Actually, eastbound. Okay. Teams have already opened up their parachutes. I think it's gonna be the same teams dropping out of these now. We can already hear some gunshots happen. again, Vikings Esports having an exchange with Tribe Aeromacy. So it's the same drop clash that's been happening in ERANGEL.
And looks like we're going to see the first circle on the right. But this Tribe Aeromacy fight, it's not something new. We've seen it multiple times on Southern ERANGEL. It's been happening time and time again. The Vikings, they lost the last one. And this time, the Vikings, are they going to win this one? But XYZ with the DBS to the head.
But the thing is, Sir Cloud, there's a need for Tribe Aeromacy to pick up their pace. Currently they are at the bottom of the leaderboards, and if they keep on losing fights, especially in ERANGEL, that could put them in the danger zone, to be honest.
Yeah, so they cannot continue to drop down further. But yeah, unless they can supercharge themselves, unless they are one of those supercharged teams. Well, VOIN needs to supercharge himself now, because two players from Tribe Aeromacy in the same building. Okay, we got XYZ and QYX977. Okay, I believe that's the first time we're seeing him. Anyway, VOIN now on the top floor with the shotgun in hand. Let's see what sort of super moves can he do.
And Talon Esports going at it right now. Your best friend was able to take a point from HORAA. Okay, that's interesting. But Tribe Aeromacy, okay, we will not leave you guys because you do have the advantage right now and the confidence to completely annihilate the remaining players of Vikings. We can see that Rig is on the rooftop here getting some information done as well. But for Talon Esports, okay, Yasnaya versus, of course, HORAA. They're still a complete squad, and just like what we mentioned a while ago, your best friend was able to bag a point. So now HORAA Esports is only playing with 3 members.
And with 3 players, well, anything can happen. They can do this comeback against Talon. Talon today hasn't really been that hot too, so maybe they can try to take advantage of that. But Ayok is hot indeed. Nicely cooked, nicely landed.
Okay. Top spot for Supreme, I can say, and Sky also got knocked down. So I feel like it was a great anticipation from Talon Esports. They were able to establish good communication there, and the execution is just beautifully done by Talon. And now they're flashing the 3 points here on their side and looking at No Fear as the last surviving member. I don't exactly know if you can be able to flip the script here, but Talon Esports, obviously, they are now, they do now have the momentum so far. I mean, no questions at all, just because of the fact that they were able to bag the chicken dinner in the previous match. So it's going to be an exciting ride, perhaps, for Talon Esports. Hey, we just have to find out.
No Fear. Yes, so No Fear now against Talon. Rushing into the room. Okay, bang, bang, boom, boom. But now they're coming in from the other side as well. And No Fear eliminated. Calm down, Talon. Calm down. I know they've been fighting for Yasnaya, not only for this season, but every time we have like the Ruthless Invitational Showdown or Clash of Giants, if these two teams are together, you can always expect a fight in Yasnaya.
Oh, for sure. But at some point, I think, the teams will have to decide, okay, is this still worth it? Especially like if you're a team who needs a lot of points, if you're a team who needs to catch up, at some point you will have to consider changing your drop spot, just like pretty much with Tribe Aeromacy. They still need to, of course, improve on the numbers here. And having a drop clash all the time can take a toll, with a Tribe Aeromacy.
But tricks taken out by Frankie. And Tribe Aeromacy now 2 players left. I worry that this will root them still at number 16. But I wonder, is it because of their swap of players that they're not playing with their main roster now? So that's why it's kind of affecting their performance.
Maybe. Again, this is the perfect time for them to check out what can work for the official tournaments. And so far, We are seeing a lot of setback on to the side of Tribe Aeromacy. If they're not playing with the original roster, then perhaps that could be, like a contributing factor as well. But again, there's a need for them to pick up the pace here. They're still at the bottom of the leaderboard, and if they keep on losing fights, then I don't think it's really gonna do them good. But anyway, 14 teams remaining. Again, we've got Vikings, HORAA both out of the game, but we still got one more, ladies and gents, in Miramar, so don't go away. But for the circle, well, it went away and it had favored to go to the east side, and we got at least 30% water here.
Yeah, so with 30% water, that means lesser space to play, huh? Okay, that means we might see more fights later. Now that the drop spot fights are done, we're done with the Team Secret and also Tribe Aeromacy. We're done with the HORAA Esports and also Talon. We're going to see the next fight now. RRQ, Vampire Esports. Here we go.
Jen Fuss with a jump shot. Okay, was able to inflict a lot of pain onto Nuzi here, but Shrug took most of the damage. And now Tony K, Nuzi, and Onzen still trying to make it work for the team here. They're having an exchange, a trade up against RQ and Azza. Also, I believe got knocked down on the ground here. Can't exactly say who has the advantage, but Tony K healing himself up, prepping himself for another attack. But unfortunately, it took a little time, and Peko just capitalized on that and was able to shut down two players from Vampire right now. And RRQ obviously seems to be, they're winning the fight.
But from the other side, Onzen's failed to get into the building, eliminated by RRQ. Early exit for Vampire Esports. Now, how are they doing in the overall? Vampire, 63 points. Still not too bad. They can still make up for it next round.
Okay. All right. So far, we're looking at 13 teams remaining. And, of course, the next head on the chopping board moments ago was, Vampire Esports. And now looking at the Savior, I'm just checking out where they are exactly. They always drop in Pachinki area, but I think they had like an early rotation. From the kill feed, there is a player getting knocked down on the ground. Not exactly sure if that was a confirmation just yet. But I mean, Abalja coming from Champions Esports is now having an exchange with DRS, and that is over north side? Or, already in the middle of the zone.
Yeah. And there's still a bit of water in this circle. That would limit the amount of space again, the same thing. But I wonder will more teams appear in the area of Milta? That's where the circle is centered upon. Now we have DRS passing by CelcomDigi Alliance, who normally drop in farm. But they're not taking any shots, so they're going to play this a little bit safer this time as a start. Not really blocking DRS. Not really doing the bridge camping. Or maybe they felt that their timing was a bit off and DRS made it through first. So yeah, that's okay too.
What if the circle continues to just really go in the middle here? So it means that even if we go to stage 3, we'll have a portion of the main island and a portion of the military base. So that could be an exciting feat, right? I mean, teams will now have to battle it out in the waters and maybe in the bridge, which is, of course, very hard to win.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I think that would be really exciting. Like, teams get guessing until the very, very end. Or as long as possible. Then you see the teams just scrambling for space when the circle decides to hard shift on one side where there's so little land left. And BTR, welcome to Milta, the place where DRS is also at. Example, from the side, sees Malabik, but gets back immediately into the building, puts himself in a safer spot. Now, this is a thing, right? More teams can expect them to come. There are still places to be occupied. And Milta is still the hot spot. I would say that, we'll see more teams coming soon.
Okay, I feel like FaZe Clan is just making sure that, they're going to go for a split here. 2 players in the front, and then we got 2 players in the back. So whatever happens, they will have a foot in the circle, whether it goes up north or it goes down south. But anyway, we're looking at DRS. Currently, they are in the middle of the circle here, surrounded by a lot of teams. But they're gonna have to deal with BTR first, but considering the fact that they are surrounded by a lot of teams here, I feel like the moment that they hear those gunshots, oh, they're gonna do a like third party situations here.
Okay, circle. We get the Red Queen circle?
Ooh, yes.
A little bit
Yes.
of military base. Okay. But I doubt so. It would definitely go to the main peninsula. But as of now, there's so much water in it, so little space. VOIN Donkey and the Xavier. Zeta alone. You could use some backup, but before that, he knocked the target.
Ooh. Great fire though, set out by Zeta. Okay, Vexy put a nail in the coffin there, making sure that they bag the point. VOIN Donkey, just 1 elimination point for now. We got Leos taking in some damage as well, currently knocked down. Levi's is using him as bait, okay? He's just making sure that, okay, if you're brave enough to pick up your teammate, then go ahead, take the first step, and I will shut you down.
And we have Gante taking out Urkas from Champions, Killer YT. Moving on down by Trangzin. The elimination feed is rolling like crazy right now with this kind of circle. Here comes the rest of Team Secret charging in on Gante. Gante moving on down. Killer YT is still alive. Killer YT will over clash here. Killer YT will be knocked down by Team Secret. DRS, they lose 2 players.
Okay, obviously DRS's plan did not work this time. But hey, we still got 1 more Miramar, ladies and gents, so the kill feed continue to light up. We got Federals on the floor, and a player come from RQ. So this is now a trade-off happening. I think we should prepare ourselves for a royal scramble. Let's get ready to scramble!
But where are you going to scramble right now? Just look at the minimap. Stage 3, but you have all these teams around. Like, where else are you going to go? There's so much open space here. And everyone has occupied, like, the key compounds. Like, even XYZ, he only has this shack. He has his buggy in front of the door just to give him extra protection, but that's going to be about it.
Ooh.
But here comes, from the back, onto Napeko. It's Talon here. We're already 5 eliminations.
Okay, but we're still looking at 13 teams. Okay, even if we already saw a lot of players already getting picked off, we still got 13 teams standing their ground. For Talon, they were able to bag 5 points now, and they continue to rack up some more. CelcomDigi Alliance is, of course, getting challenged by Sem9, considering just how close they are together. But UI is not giving up. You know, he's pretty relentless at this point, and just continues to go on for that. For that kill. But unfortunately, considering the distance that they have in between them, it's going to be hard for Yuhai to translate that into an elimination point. But let's see what RQ is going to do in this situation, because they have now crashed the compound where Sem9 is currently staying at, and we've got Lapar taking in some, huge damage there from the nade.
And the fight continues on while we check out the circle. Lots of empty space on the left, but the circle will be around the farm area. Okay, most of the teams already inside of it. Team Seeker is going to come in from the north, while RRQ now 5 eliminations, currently dominating Lapar with the nade. Short range cross perhaps, but Lapar, weapon, gets knocked out of Mika. 1 more to go. Yuhai versus Lapar, but Yuhai will not allow Lapar to take him out.
1 shotgun coming through from Lapar. Fortunately, he gets tagged, and Semna was able to do a massive counter, hence eliminating RQ. 12 teams remaining, ladies and gents, and Alter Ego Erika Alva on the floor here. Okay, checking out if he can still get picked up at this point, because they're going up against Team Secret, if I'm not mistaken. Red Aeromacy still not done. Dealing business with Sem9 here. QYX977. Okay, that is a long one and a mouthful, I can say. Turned his back up against Sem9 and now completely lost the fight.
Number 12, so they only collect 5 elimination points and that's it. Well, as of now, they collect 41 points, so they are not at number 16, I believe. But we'll check that out later. Right now, FaZe Clan, Red Bull, their Mr. MVP, is down on the ground. And how far is he from his other teammates for him to be saved? VOIN Donkey, they're in a nice kind position. me just look at this. Lots of space between them and all the other teams. But for DRS, they want to seek revenge now. An example takes a lot of damage from the volley.
Yeah, he's getting roasted alive there. Probably already suffering some third-degree burns. Ooh, and Kent. Oh man, is yeah, he's quite heavy on the trigger there, just making sure that his enemy will not stand up again. But BTR, okay, Malakbik already taken out of the equation here. Federalis getting into position. They're currently standing guard up against DRS and FaZe Clan. So this could be a three-way battle happening over to the east side.
Macarius looking down at BTR in case BTR steps out. Okay, just playing the patience game. Exit packs. Oh, he's on Delta first.
Man.
Delta is out. Oh, Delta. He didn't know what hit him. He didn't expect Macarius to show up.
Yeah, definitely got him sleeping there, but it's okay. I mean, from where he was staying, it was of course exposed. Yeah, so it'll be easier for teams to just do the third party there and actually just shove them down. And that's exactly what we've witnessed so far coming from FaZe. And if an opportunity, of course, opens up, you just have to grab it, and you have to grab it by the neck. And now 9 teams remaining, ladies and gents. Oh, Leo now back on the screen here with of course, with some tap and fire up against Vexy here, VOIN Donkey. And now Vexy's trying to check, okay, where are you exactly? And there you go. He has been found out, and Olea took in some damage, and he needed to step back.
Rosemary has not been activated much today. But so far, 2 elimination points for Rosemary. That's okay. Let's see if it can be the Beast Mary later on. Just on the northern side. But CelcomDigi Alliance, okay, farm is their area. They know this area like the back of their hand. And they should still get the next circle. I don't see the circle going too far away. As right now confirmed. Oh, towards the left. So CelcomDigi Alliance, they need to move slightly forward. But the Xavier is there.
Judging by this circle, I feel like Talon Esports has the best chance of getting the chicken dinner once again. I mean, they are holding onto a compound here, so there's really no pressure for them to get closer to the remaining teams. They don't have to worry about any teams that would come up from behind. But of course, they don't have to really just like put their guards down. But yeah, anyone that they need to eliminate is just right up in front of them. And confirmation again coming through Team Secret, already out of the game, which brings us now just 8 teams remaining. And of course, we've got CelcomDigi Alliance staying over to the east side, but they are actually in between the Savior and FaZe Clan. So if FaZe Clan chooses to go up against them, that's another option, that's another route. But another option for them is challenge the boys of Sem9 for that compound down south.
So pick the lesser evil, because you don't really know that Sem9 has like only 2 players. If only they know, then clearly that might be their option. So let's see what sort of information they can gather, as they will need to survive this phase. Long range body look. Nice tap there, but it's going to be a easy pickup by Potato.
Yep, I think there will be time still. But FaZe, okay, what just happened? Okay, so they've managed to evacuate Sem9 from this compound. Okay, Sem9 obviously did not take up the fight there. We got Potato now. VOIN Donkey putting up a fight up against a BTR. There's a little bit of pressure onto BTR just because of the fact that they came from the outskirts, and now they have to settle their conflict, their issue up against VOIN Donkey. And as for Rosemary and the gang, they're taking their time coming from the north side, so I'm not sure if they're gonna step into any fights here, but hey, no pressure just yet for alter ego errors.
Yeah, the pressure might turn on later once the circle shifts, but for now it's okay. Pressure more onto, where was that, the northern side? Okay, just on the left side of VOIN Donkey. But VOIN Donkey, they're not worried about that. Just keeping out the BTR. Federa's going to save Voxy. Rosemary shows up. Yeah, that's Alter Ego at the north, and Rosemary will hit his mark.
Yeah, your best friend is already out, and we got BTR. I guess that was Federalis, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's been taken out of the Blue Reaper after getting shut down. So it's just Kent now playing for BTR, and VOIN Donkey obviously knows that it's gonna be hard for BTR to survive up until the end of this round, just because of the fact that Kent is the only surviving member here. But you know what? I feel like Alter Ego Eras is expressing all intentions, of course, to join into the mix here, trying to eliminate Kent from BTR, and probably will challenge VOIN Donkey for that small compound that they're holding on to.
Okay, we'll see if it's going to be worthwhile for the challenge. Maybe, maybe not. But you mentioned about Ken. Eliminated, taken out by Alter Ego. Now the circle, hard shift, toing toing, down to the south. And we got FaZe Clan inside of it. CelcomDigi Alliance now rushes onto D Xavier. Levi's is ready to take down Jimmy OP. They look what we got now by Lamborghini. But Leon's tracing back against Levi's, now Lamborghini.
Oh,
we got
no.
grenade, but himself is being cooked up right now. Oh, put out the fire, put out the fire. Drop and roll.
Oh! Yeah. Still needs to heal up though. Leon's and Lamborghini. Okay, back and forth trade, but it was CelcomDigi Alliance that got, eliminated from that clash. But we still got one more player though for the side of D Saver, and that would be Nad T. And Rosemary took a big hit on the face, and now is bleeding out there in the open, but it's still A-okay because Daybot is here to save the day. Now, 6 teams remaining. We got Alva on prone here, trying to stick an attack up against VOIN Donkey, or perhaps, he would like to come closer just so he could throw a nade.
3 players on the outside of VOIN Donkey's compound. Potato is cooking up his own needs. Okay, he's still keeping it. Waiting for the right moment to toss. Probably going to toss it into the smoke where Daybot is at. Oh! But where did they come from? Alpha! From the side, knocking down Razak. Go time for Alter Ego.
Then that was the opening knock, of course. Alter Ego Eras have been waiting for, and now that was their cue to step inside the compound and retaliate. Rosemary trying to dance it off. Who will get served? Is it going to be VOIN Donkey? Is it going to be Alter Ego Eras? We're looking at 2 active players for the side of VOIN Donkey, and Potato bagging most of it, so perhaps he is still carrying that momentum from the previous matches that they've had. Potato now getting ready for a fight up against Natty T here. It's a 1v1. Ooh, and Potato got shut down. Yeah, because these teams were trying to make a way to make things happen for the team, but unfortunately it was just too much for him. And now D-Sager has been taken.
I think Ego goes up. Number 6 elimination points. Now we are top 4. Who is going to take dinner to the format plans of FaZe Clan and or Talon? Okay, here comes Dewey. Rushing on the tracks, please follow home here. Thompson inside. Oh, thanks to Macarius. Okay, 2-man driver, alright. Did not manage to send that me into the check.
Oh, come on.
One more attempt. Can you actually get it?
Nah.
Not yet. But it was creative, not gonna lie.
It wasn't. Okay, I do understand why there's a need for a drive-by to happen, not with the bullets, but with nades. Okay, they also want to protect themselves, right? If VOIN Donkey decides to open fire up against FaZe Clan here, but Trexie's not giving up. Okay, he is maintaining composure here. He's just letting FaZe Clan circle around like vultures here. But he continues to survive, and that is what is important.
And here at the rooftop, Red Bull. They try to find his target. 7-9 Trexie is still somehow alive, but now they change their focus onto VOIN Donkey. Stay tight to Circle, shifts. Oh, Circle favors FaZe Clan and also Trexie.
Oh, man. Okay. I don't know what the Talon Esports did, but they have not been favored by the PUBG gods. It went straight to FaZe Clan now. Trexie, 7-9, holding onto a compound here. Or not really a compound. That was a small shack. We've seen it moments ago. VOIN Donkey would come late in the game, perhaps. Yeah, they're letting, other teams to fight it off before they step in. We can see that Razak is just applying a little pressure onto the side of Talon Esports, perhaps. But, yeah, let's see what's going to happen. Trexie still survives, and I think that is a highlight right there for stage 7.
And Trexie somehow, miraculously, he is still alive in that shack. FaZe Clan found no way to breach that shack. We're going to let him go for now. It's not going to be a big threat, I would say. Instead, focus onto the other teams like Talon and VOIN Donkey that's rushing in. They want to get a position in the circle, but VOIN Donkey and Talon happen to go to the same direction. Now it's going to be a 4v4.
Okay, here we go. So VOIN Donkey obviously decided to go up against Talons first before they phase up with FaZe. Let's go phase up now. Axel cooking up a nade here. Okay, he could potentially shut down 2 players of VOIN Donkey, but that is of course if he is accurate as to where they are. But Boysil took some bullets coming from Canary of FaZe, and now Sam9 just got eliminated with only 4 points in the bag here.
Long range, Canary tries to hit his target. Talon, VOIN Donkey is still duking out at it. Potato, heavy gunfire onto him. The other members of VOIN Donkey in this broken little shack. So little space to play with. Talon 4 players. They do have nades still. They can expand their nades onto VOIN Donkey. Just aim at the smoke, aim at the shack. They should get something out of this.
At this point, they don't really have a choice but to pop off some smokes here to just make it hard for Talon Esports to see them at this point. But Talon continues on to make it rain bombs, make it rain nades. Let's see if they can put, like maybe shut down at least 1 play from VOIN Donkey. But you know what? FaZe Clan is capitalizing on this one. While VOIN Donkey is focusing all their energy up against Talon Esports, they are slowly creeping in here and trying to get lucky with the shots.
On the left, okay. Red Bull sees someone. Now Potato, they are all still hanging onto the shack, but now this shack is not in the circle. Oh man. It's looking very good for FaZe Clan actually to get this chicken dinner, because the other 2 teams, they're on the outside, they're next to each other. If they don't cancel each other, FaZe Clan will just wait at where they are and just shoot them as they move forward.
Yep. That's exactly how it's gonna pan out. I mean, FaZe Clan, there's no need for them to get closer to VOIN Donkey and FaZe. All they need to do is just really apply a lot of pressure onto both of the teams here, and maybe just capitalize on the situation. You know, just do the third party thing here, get lucky with the shots, just like what I mentioned. Razak. Oh no!
Okay.
Denied the point.
Did he? Okay, let's look at the elimination feed. Okay, Razak, yes, he denied himself. And that's it. His other teammates were given to the opposition. So, okay. At least 1 point denied away. Now, FaZe Clan and Talon. Let's go for the chicken dinner. And Talon, they're not in the circle yet. Look at the blue chasing them down. Red Bull will gun down. Your best clan. And nothing will take FaZe Clan away from this chicken dinner.
We already anticipated this, FaZe Clan securing the chicken dinner for this round just because of their position a while ago. And now, FaZe keeps showing up. Red Bull moments ago was able to secure the MVP title, and now the whole team gets a chicken dinner. So it's a festive night, for Thailand's FaZe Clan.
Woohoo! Festive night. Yeah, I like that. And of course, FaZe Clan, and they have been going without the chicken dinner for quite a while now. So it's nice to see them coming up with on the board with a chicken dinner. They almost got one previously, so this time they got it. But who is going to be the MVP? Will it be Red Bull again? Because if Red Bull gets the MVP, the daily MVP might be interesting.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Sir Cloud. But anyway, looking at the stats, Mark Cowdies, was the one that did most of the heavy lifting here. 4 points in the bag for him. We've got Canary coming in with 2 points. Same thing goes for Dewey and Red Bull with 1. So in terms of damage output, obviously it would be, of course, Macari's with 773 damage output.
So we can kind of guess that it's probably not going to be Red Bull. But I'm sure he doesn't mind. As long as it goes to the team scoring a chicken dinner, definitely fine there. So everyone else, they did contribute in this round to score a good amount of elimination points with it. Nobody is a bystander this round for FaZe Clan. And this is also a mix, if you kind of think about it, like 50-50. Macari's Canary, they were the original FaZe Clan roster before this. Dewey, Red Bull just joined. And this 50-50 synchronization seems to be working out for them.
You're right. And as for the other teams here, Sir Cloud, we still have VOIN Donkey, of course, M9, Talon Esports, FaZe. It's for the matches today. It's a different set of teams that's been stepping up, from the get-go. And if this is going to be the same thing for tomorrow, Perhaps we could see another name at the top of the leaderboard. So far, it is being actually played by Alter Ego Eris at the top spot, but let's see if they will have like a slow burn for tomorrow.
Yeah, at the end, there's no like one team that's running away with it, right? So that still gives a hope and opportunity for the other teams to really catch on. Now for FaZe Clan, we're going to compare them with the second place team this round, which is Talon. Actually, we got to think about it. Their elimination is not that far off, like only 1 point different. Damage output, yeah, sure, it's FaZe Clan because of that one extra elimination anyway. Heals, they were engaged with a lot of battles as well. So naturally, a little bit more for FaZe Clan as they were really busy down south. Talon, they were busy up north. But oh wait, it's a different MVP. Zeta from VOIN Donkey.
If you look at his hexagon stats down there, it's pretty balanced, I can say. Like everything, like I think Zeta here is a very flexible fighter. I mean, team contribution, MVP points, utility, survival time, damage output, everything is working out for him.
Yeah, that's why he's the MVP. And look at how far he is from the average, right? It's so huge. It's like a pizza. Yes, that's pineapples on top, please. Top performer. Other than Zeta, we still have Rosemary here. Oh, interesting. Rosemary here. And then we have Macarius from FaZe Clan. And then my guy, Frankie from Team Secret. I love this guy. I don't know why, but he hardly talks to me because of language barrier. But yeah. But anyway, 3 eliminations for Frankie, and he's up here. And so far, ever since his transfer from the Xavier to Team Secret, I believe that he is a player that's a good fit for the team. It's just a matter of the team to be activated together for Team Secret to be able to perform well.
And I like the vibe I'm getting from his picture. It's just so happy. But yeah, okay, match leaderboard now, ladies and gents. 19 points in total for the side of FaZe Clan. We got Talon Esports coming in at second with 14, and then we got VOIN Donkey coming in at third with 11. Okay, so we got at least 3 Indonesian teams here who have been doing great or who had done great, for this round. Alter Ego Eris also was able to come up with 8 points in total.
Now, 259 throwables used.
Wow, okay.
Almost with the high side there. High side, okay. And 2 airdrops looted. 59 total eliminations. I know where that zone deny came from, or maybe point deny came from. Yeah, that was the VOIN Donkey one at that very end earlier when they tried to just deny away the point from Talon. But for the points now, Alter Ego still remains on top. 92 points. But look at Talon, they are just behind them by 1 point, followed by FaZe Clan. 10 points difference between them and Talon. 1 chicken dinner puts them in podium spot. That is how close everyone is.
Yeah, and for Alter Ego, Sir Cloud, they don't even need a chicken dinner to stay at the top. But then again, we're talking about a 1 point lead now. So Talon Esports was able to close the gap there. Up against Alter Ego. So let's see if Alter Ego can still continue to dominate for the final round tonight. After all, we still got 6 more matches tomorrow to deal with, so everyone is still safe for now, okay? But for the second page, we got BTR at 9th place. We got VOIN Donkey at 10th, but they moved up 3 ranks here, and they're already at 57. They're tied up with the Savior. But for RQ, DRS moving down the list, we got Vikings, Tribe, Aeromacy, and Champions Esports. Okay, I mean, a progress is still a progress, and Tribe Aeromacy was able to move up 1 rank here with 41 points, and now Champion Esports is the team that is currently at the bottom of the barrel.
Well, 1 more game before we barrel the show up and move on to tomorrow. Let's take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys in Miramar when we're back.
So, after 5 grueling matches, we're now down to our final game for day number 2 of the grand final. So, welcome back to Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. My name is Red Queen, together with Sir Cloud, and we are about ready to start the hype.
Yeah, we're coming back to Miramar. So, Miramar match, well, biggest map. Any early fights? Yeah, the one in Power Grid. The one in Power Grid between BTR and also Tribe Aeromacy. So that is a focal point that we want to pay attention to later on. Because the one that we saw, the latest Miramar, Tribe Aeromacy actually won against BTR. Let's see if BTR can exact revenge against them.
But are they going to risk it? Right now, they are at 15th place, so they need a pickup, right? They need to assume a lot of points. They need to improve their numbers. So getting into Miramar with a drop clash, I don't think that would be the best way to do it, because you would be risking losing some members of your team, even if you win the fight. And we're talking about BTR here.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, BTR, at least they did pick themselves up in the ERANGEL match. Now it's about bringing the momentum into the final game. For today, that is. Of course, it is the last game today. You know, you want to give it back to the fans, maybe score a chicken dinner, let them sleep well at night. But our top Miramar performers, HORAA Esports, CelcomDigi Alliance, Vikings, and DRS, with all the stats favoring HORAA Esports. Now, down to prediction.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to go with Talon.
All right. Okay. Let's bring on CelcomDigi Alliance.
All right. Fair enough. I mean, for today, we already have 2 teams representing Thailand in the chicken dinner board. We got 2 teams representing Malaysia in the chicken dinner board, and one more team who actually won a chicken dinner, which is it a Vietnamese team?
You always like to ask questions that test my memory, you know.
We're having problem with our short-term memory. I mean, it just flashed on the screen, but yeah, we're gonna try to remember which team scored the chicken dinner moments ago. But for this final round, our bets would be, of course, CelcomDigi Alliance. We've got Sem9 and of course Talon Esports. I just feel like, you know, Talon right now is in a great shape. You know, they have already set up a very good momentum from game 1 to game number 5. So I feel like they could probably go for their last hurrah here in Miramar. Maybe they can just go for the second one, right?
Well, why not, right? Never too late for a chicken dinner. Whatever position that you're at, if you score a chicken dinner, that's cool, right? It's always a cause for celebration. Your poster comes up, your fans cheer for you. Always want that kind of good vibes. Miramar is going to be the final, a match for today before we wrap up the first half of our grand finals. Let's fly in.
Okay, I know you guys are already excited, you know, to wrap things up for day number 2 of the grand finals. And of course, the best way to end things is in the biggest map that we have in the competitive scene. And right now we're looking at the map here, waiting for the flight pad to actually show up. It's going to be the usual suspects for me. I'm looking at which teams are going to drop in Los Leones. DRS, it's an obvious drop spot for them. They're going to head on towards the China de Patron. Now, I do wonder if there will be other teams that would contest that very spot.
Yeah, so that's going to be one as well that we're going to check out later on. Flight path is on slightly towards the left side going up. So passing by the power grid. And of course, that's where we're going to see if Tribe Aeromacy and also BTR, they're going to meet up again with each other there. Jumping up soon. Yeah, okay, they're out now. Okay, I see Tribe Aeromacy. I would say that if you're Tribe Aeromacy, you want to go into Power Grid because you just won that fight against BTR. The bigger question is whether BTR wants to go there or not. Or they can just go up north, go around the area of Cruz de Valley, Torre Ahumada. They have been there before. But no, they say they want the rights in Power Grid.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Maybe they're risking it all. Maybe they are really testing whether or not they could be at par with some of the biggest names here in this lobby. But okay, man, I feel like they might be winning the fight because we already have 3 players on the ground here coming from the side of Bigetron by Vitality. So Tribe Aeromacy must be doing great. XYZ right now with a shotgun at hand, looking for the right moment to shut down his opponent as well. But he completely missed that one. Can't confirmation coming through as well. XYZ still trying to find an angle here, but Malak big, yes, closer than ever. And just like that, okay, it's a pretty fast fight between them. BT, our first team to take the boot of Miramar.
Well, another early dinner for BTR. Oh, what's that?
He danced. He just did a victory dance.
Oh, okay. I'm too old for that, you know. Like what's
My back beat cracking.
Yeah, I'll be like, ouch. Yeah, that's me. That's why I couldn't relate.
Oh man, okay. So far so good for Tribe Aeromacy, but okay, given the situation from the north side, RQ, DRS, HORAA Esports, they're so close with each other here, so I do wonder if they're gonna have an altercation. FaZe Clan, they are over at Torre Ahumada. But since the circle is still big at this point, since we're just at stage 1 here, so perhaps, you know, teams would be focusing their energy more on just looting and preparing themselves, getting all the attachments, and maybe gather information as to how they will do their rotations, you know, coming in to stage 2.
Yeah, since it's a big map and the circle is kind of nice as well, so this is where we'll see a lot of natural chill time because everybody wants to focus on okay, I just want to get to my prime position in this circle. We'll talk about fights later on. If we don't need to, we can avoid it because it's all about getting into key positions like high grounds, for example. Like here, there's a lot of high ground around the area of power grid in this circle that I would expect a lot of teams would want to occupy that.
Well, when it comes to Miramar, you do need to take advantage of those high grounds. I feel like that's detrimental, you know, for any of the teams here. If you prefer to stay in the lower grounds, then that would be completely suicide, I can say, because you are pretty much just like sitting ducks, you know, for other teams that would take the top spot here. But of course, you know, it really depends on like how good you are and on point you are when it comes to rotations and maybe executing a plan. Like planning is just like 50% and executing makes the half of it.
Wow, that's like a corporate advice.
On how to win sales. Okay, no, just kidding.
You can plan, but that's only 50%. But if you don't execute, you're not selling nothing. You're just sitting down, looking at your screen, planning. So just do it, people. Just do it. I wonder if people nowadays know that.
I sure do hope so. You know, he's not that old. Come on, guys.
Well, or maybe it's not because he's that old or not, but because of the influx of so many other memes.
Yeah.
That people forget about.
Oh, I do have a question.
Okay.
Because we do have like a viral thing going on, you know, in the entertainment area. There was this person who auditioned for a noontime show here in the Philippines, and he is he does look like Taylor Lautner, you know, the one who played Jacob in Twilight. And when he auditioned, he played a role, and he started saying, "What happened, Vela? Vampire, right?" So
what?
Did that ever come across your feed? Not yet.
I'm not a doom scrolling guy.
Oh, come on.
Just saying. Like that's why everyone talks about like, oh, have you watched this new trailer? That I don't scroll. I
don't doom scroll. I just roll. That's Sir Cloud for you.
I might scroll, but I don't doom scroll. So prior to Contrary believe that yes, I am on those platforms. I create on it, but that's why I don't know when most people say, "Hey, you checked out this meme?" Like, what?
Mhm.
It has to be someone showing me. Then I'll be like, "Oh, okay." Then I see that one. Yeah.
So I guess you already know, guys, why Sir Cloud is stuck with just do it,
Yeah.
just do it.
Correct. I'm in that era still. I need help.
Okay, let's check if there will be other teams that would be needing help at this moment. So far, everyone is busy with the rotations. Okay, but speaking of influx, there will be a lot of teams that will be coming from the northern side, and I'm really guessing whether or not DRS and Team Secret and even Alter Ego Airs will have some sort of discussion over to the north side of the zone.
Oh. But Nepeko found Lamborghini having a discussion under the tree. KISS. Oh, never mind.
NG.
Well, it's not really under a tree, but it's under the hill. And he's waiting for someone to come and KI. Yeah, but I don't think he will be able to be kissed and turned into a prince. So Winnebago is just guarding him.
Okay, but he doesn't kiss and tell. No, just kidding. But anyway, okay, Lamborghini is such in a peculiar spot here at the foot of the mountain. Okay, but okay, I think he can still get picked up by his teammate here. Okay, no problem. But they need to watch out for. Okay, another player from RQ here trying to find an angle. That is a pretty close one, but it's a good thing that Gen Foz is getting some damage coming from the teammate. That only goes to show that the communication has been effective for the side of the Saver, but I think Lamborghini had already been taken out.
Still bleeding though, but I think he's as good as gone. Oh yeah, he's out. He's out. Okay. And Parajin is the next one to fall. So RRQ signaling to move forward, looking for the other members of the Saver. We have Nate here spraying down on the Lapa, giving away his position at the same time. And he has to back off. He has to prepare for this fight. And here's RRQ charging onto him. His other teammate on the other side, opening up the space for the Peko. Ready right now. But at the same time, Vikings in a fight.
Okay, Champions Esports in a flash just got eliminated. We got D Saber taking in some wrath coming from RQ, and that was a confirmation as well. D Saber out of the game. We'll see them tomorrow again, ladies and gents. And Vikings, okay, sealing the deal, getting some points done for themselves as well. Champions is still alive though. We still got one more play to go, I believe, and that would be Kino. Okay, maybe two more players.
So where are they? Okay, they're not in this fight. Okay, we'll find out later, I believe, because now we shift to Aeromacy, just right below RRQ, around the area of Monte Nuevo. Oh, the Vikings. All right, the moment we switch back onto them, that's going to be Bauja eliminated. But Champions Esports, they're not totally out yet. They are still somewhere across the map.
And FaZe, you know, okay, because we got two teams stacking the blue. That would be VOIN Donkey and FaZe Clan. VOIN Donkey coming from the south and FaZe coming from the north. Tribe Aeromacy, spectacular win moments ago up against BTR, winning the drop clash. So they're doing great. They're now in the middle of the map here. And, well, when you actually consider the drop in the middle of the map, that only goes to show how confident you are when it comes to your skills here in a Pubg. And Tribe Aeromacy have proven themselves time and again that, you know, they are also like a team that is a force to be reckoned with. The fact that they were able to secure a slot in the PMSL, that is already a testament to what they can bring in the battlefield. But as for Champions Esports, again, we're going to see them tomorrow because, well, they just got eliminated from the game.
Yeah, so they're out, too bad. But of course, tomorrow is another day for them. But for today, FaZe Clan is really taking their time. They are rotating for the northern side and they're very, very spread out. But at least the circle is not like a hardship circle down south, just on the outside of El Pozo. So it's still okay for FaZe Clan. There's a likelihood that by the time they arrive at the border, Alter Ego might have moved, and that's where FaZe Clan could have an entry point. But they have to make sure that they do the scouting work well.
Well, it's definitely going to be a challenge because that, I mean, they're going to have a face-off with Alter Ego Eras, that is for sure. Now, Delta just did a massive spray there, and of course that is a declaration of war that we are ready to fight. But the question is CelcomDigi Alliance will be taking the bait. But there is a pressure though for the side of DRS, just because they're the team that will be coming from the outskirts. So CelcomDigi Alliance is just standing guard from the east side, and probably will do a gatekeeping situation here up against any teams that would head towards that entry point. And of course, the closest team that could do that would be DRS.
RRQ in front of them. Empire Esports. So many teams here. Everyone wants to occupy the high ground. Okay, who's taking the first shot? It's Team Secret onto RRQ. But at least they have a distance, so they can afford to take those shots. That's fine. But for the circle, okay, Team Secret's in the circle. They can still hold this. They can wait for the commotion to happen before going in. They're not in a hurry right now, because if they want to rush in, then they might be caught up by other teams. Plus, if they rush in, RRQ can shoot them straight. So yeah, you want to wait for that commotion to happen before Team Secret comes in, and it might happen now with the presence of CelcomDigi Alliance.
Here we go. K-Look, okay, wasn't able to pull out his weapon, wasn't able to defend himself. He just got knocked down on the floor in an instant. Leon as well, biting off the bullet. Leo, Kasim, it's up to them to save the team. But Peko right now is just making sure that, you know, he is definitely going to bag the points. But RQ, pretty strong for stage 3 here. Feeling confident, of course, to eliminate any team that would come along their way. Example, coming off the kill feed, has been knocked down.
Example, okay. He's not out yet. DRS still trying to save him. But Rosemary, okay, the rest of Alter Ego, looks like they want to take this fight. They want to wait any longer. And Rosemary, he also sees other teams on the other side, so he's managing a few things at the same time. HORAA Esports, yeah, they're fine. Look at their position in the circle with that high ground, they're okay. But with that fate change, now that we are heading on to our next stage of the circle, a lot of teams on the right side, and that's where the circle will go.
And now DRS will have to deal with Alter Ego Eras. Okay, what a turn of events. Okay, here we go. So Alter Ego Eras trying to keep a close eye onto DRS, but Alva, despite holding onto a great vantage point, he got shut down by DRS with an effective counter. Rosemary's cooking up the nade here. He could potentially shut down his copy of DRS, but unfortunately, he completely missed his target. Now, Killer YT is doing a massive spray up against another player coming from Alter Ego Eras, but ooh, he was able to dodge the attack.
Oh, if that nade was cooked to perfection, then Gente would have been knocked down, but yeah, that was very lucky of him. Enrigante got Alva. Now here comes the rest of Alter Ego. Krypton is at the side. He can be the flanker. Alter Ego 2 players, Daypot and Rosemary now on the high ground against DRS. How are they going to escape this? Alter Ego have them in close.
Killer YT down on the ground here, and obviously Alter Ego is just making great bullets here, and DRS is just like receiving a lot of damage. And not just that, Sir Cloud, we also have the Blue Reaper joining the fight here, so there's double pressure onto the side of both of the teams here. Alter Ego Eras and DRS still not giving up in this situation, but you know what? DRS was able to take hold of an escape vehicle here.
Team Secret, now they know the circle. Trying to go forward, but they have to deal with RRQ. Okay, this is the moment. This is the moment where they have to go forward. Here we go. All right. Dewey gets Sky from HORAA Esports. And FaZe Clan now coming in to collect their point. They will be opening their account. against Sky, unless the rest of HORAA Esports can come to save him, but they're nowhere in sight. I guess they're gonna let this one go.
Yeah, I think so too. Sleepy is actually busy with Red Bull, so I don't think he's gonna come forward. And as for the other two members of HORAA Esports, they are standing close over to the north side and just keeping a close eye to other teams that might decide to go for an attack. And that is a confirmation coming through once again. Sky is already out of the game, so we're looking at 3 more members. But perhaps, we could see HORAA Esports avenge Sky at this point, because they're so close right now to a FaZe, and they could even sandwich FaZe Clan in between, because DRS is also coming from behind.
Oh, Typhoon with the nade. Up to the high ground. Will it land onto RRQ? They need to find an opening against RRQ right now. And they're doing the scouting work. GK scouted. He has information. Cooking up his own nade. Sends it across onto RRQ. Bam. We're not connecting onto anyone. RRQ is still alright. They're well spread out right now. Typhoon with another nade. GenForce with a nade of his own as well. Also cooking it up. Let's see who will get the first stock here. So far, not yet.
Yep, both of the teams was able to give off a little damage, but not completely shutting down anyone just yet. The fight continues on with its trade-offs, with a back-and-forth trade here. We can see RQ's cooking up another nadia. Let's see if it's going to be good this time. But Typhoon, okay, it's a good thing that he was able to heal up as fast as he could, but oh, GK, that was on point.
Okay. At the same time, the circle looks like it shifted in the favor of RRQ and Team Secret. But we shift over our fight now to FaZe Clan against DRS. Chewy dancing around 50% of health, trying to get his target. He will get one. Delta goes down to the ground with the M249, looking for Example now on the other side. Example still with a high ground, but he's not putting focus on the Chewy. It is Canary from the side to finish them off. DRS falls to the hands of FaZe Clan.
All right, here we go. Round 2. RQ now facing off with Team Secret. And we can see a lot of smokes being popped off, okay, to provide a little cover for the side of RQ. They are now ready for Team Secret to step into their line of sight here, and definitely they will retaliate. By Team Secret, they are showing signs of hesitation here, but we do understand why, because they will be coming from down below and they don't have that kind of advantage up against RQ. But here we go, Team Secret getting some damage now with that spray, but the first one to be taken down would be Lapar, or Peko rather.
And the Peko is the one to go down. Lapar still together with him. The Team Secret, they're not truly charging yet. They're waiting to get Lapar, hoping to find an angle. But RQ to fire back. Asa deals damage to GK, knocking him down. Trunks in, still alive together with Typhoon, will be at the forefront. Asa tries to hit his target, but not able to. So difficult with this sort of terrain.
You must really be familiar on Miramar's curvy lines here. Yeah. Now, GenFoz, ooh, great attack there, great response against the Secret. Now Typhoon, he's still trying to find an angle here. He does know exactly where GenFoz is, but okay, I think it was done. Yeah, GenFoz already out of the game. It's a total domination being shown by FaZe Clan with 5 elimination points in the bag here. Coming off the kill feed though, it's Nerpeko getting, of course, the can here and being sent back to the lobby. And now we're looking at 9 teams remaining. RQ eliminated though with 5 points in the bag.
Here we have HORAA Esports. They're looking for their own points against VOIN Donkey. Into the building, looking for the remaining members of VOIN Donkey, and they found it. Oh wait, it's Gator actually getting sleepy, finishing him off. Now only Supreme left for HORAA Esports. With the nade, aiming onto the second floor, we do have Talon Esports joining into the party as well. Gator will finish off Supreme. HORAA Esports out at number 9, 1 elimination point, but they cannot chill yet because here comes Talon.
Yep, and again, Talon must have an extra coin here. They're the new challengers. Okay, up against VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey, man, they don't have the firepower at the moment, so they're getting flushed out by Talon Esports. Obviously, Gakor already down on the ground, on prone to give an 8 here, trying to find an opportunity to shut down the opposition. And now he moves in with a DP DPS trying to find his way upstairs, and now he could go for the choke point. But let's see if he can potentially shut down at least 2 players coming from Talon Esports. He just lost that opportunity. Now grabs back his DPS, but continues to fight on up against VOIN Donkey. So 1v4. Oh, he went down. Oh, just like that, he got eliminated. VOIN Donkey out of the game.
And now we are in our top 6. Circle in the center. The 2 teams that do not have the circle right now is Talon and Sam9 on the outside. But on the inside, FaZe Clan, Aeromacy. Oh man, the fight around this area still continues. Now FaZe Clan has their hands full with Aeromacy. But let's not also forget about the team in the middle who's monitoring the situation. They put themselves in an awkward position. They could be punished from afar.
Okay, here we go. Let's check out what is happening with the FaZe Clan and Aeromacy here. Marcat is now trying to make a move here. He's trying to dance it off with its little shimmy and a jiggle up against Aeromacy. But one good peek though coming from Tribe and was able to get that point. So that was spectacularly done by Aeromacy, which puts FaZe Clan in a world of trouble because we're looking at the last 2 members. Obviously, Dewey cooking up a nade here, but not finding his target just yet. It is not connecting at all.
Dewey healing up, preparing for the next fight, while Canary has this nade. Sends it across onto XZY, but looks like it will not connect at all. And FaZe Clan, they still continue to hold on. And this fight around this area is so long, involving different teams. But Aeromacy, they have the numbers. Okay, they have to bring Rick together with, or maybe not. Rick is actually on the inner side, so he will be the marker for the team. If they need to bail this one, they just follow at where Rick is at.
Okay, we get Sam9 getting shot at by Juby. Not giving up on this. Okay, all right. Because he was relentless, he was able to find his target, but from behind. Aeromacy said hello and eliminated FaZe with only 7 points in the bag, which puts us down to just 5 teams remaining for stage 6.
By all the 5 teams, 3 of them full squad. Talon, Vampire Esports, Aeromacy, and then you have Sam9 with 3 players, CelcomDigi Alliance with 2. Man, this is going to be a tight one. Really unsure who's going to get this chicken dinner with this current situation. The numbers, the terrain, it's so unpredictable now. Sam9, 3 players looking over at Vampire Esports. And Vampire, they have the most comfortable position now with this compound. As long as they get the circle, they stand a very good chance.
They do. I mean, even if Sam9 actually decides to crush this compound, I think that would also, like, Aeromacy, for Aeromacy, they would see it as an opportunity to do a backstab as well. So it's not really like a good thing for Sam9 to crash the compound for now. But anyway, Talon Esports has been receiving a lot of damage. Okay, one of them currently knocked down on the ground here. Olvio is not joining into any trade-offs that's been happening from inside the battlefield. We're looking at Newsy. He is trying to scope down some players across the field here, but another confirmation coming through from Talon Esports, getting knocked down on the ground here. So Cloud Vampire Esports with only 2 points in the bag, but potentially with this kind of advantage up against the remaining teams, then they could assume a lot of points.
But Onzi's got Trexy. No follow-up yet from Den. That means he can still be revived. Or maybe not. He has been eliminated. So Sam9 now only 2 players. Now stage 7. Still a lot of players on the outside, but also a lot of players on the inside as well. Of course, the most comfortable one, Vampire Esports, they still have that circle. They don't really need to do much. Just hold on to this compound. Just make sure that people don't infiltrate it, and then they'll be absolutely fine. Who's going to infiltrate them? Nobody. This compound is well protected. Sam9 can't do it. Aeromacy? Maybe. But even that's the risk. If they run directly to the compound, they're in the line of sight for Vampire Esports.
Yes, exactly. And even Talon right now. But since, you know, that Vampire Esports is holding onto a prime location, maybe Sam9, Aeromacy, and even Talon Esports could just, like, maybe attack Vampire Esports altogether. Then that could weaken their defense.
Here comes straight from the top. Putting pressure back onto Talon. Boy, chill. It's out by Schwartz. Talon, they need to hike up. but they managed to get into the circle, so they are fine for now. They can think about hiking up later on. But Aeromacy will not allow them to have that comfort. But again, because of this terrain, so hard to get a good line of sight. As Vampire Esports also looking at Talon, basically two different teams scoping down the Talon.
Everyone wants a piece of this compound, obviously. And Vampire Esports managing 3 teams here. And again, it's SM9, Tribe, and Talon. And Olio is unbothered for now. I'm not going to join into the fight. I'm just going to let you guys go for a brawl before I join you. I'm going to make sure that everyone is at their most vulnerable state. But anyway, Tribe Aeromacy still trying to make things happen by challenging up the boys of SM9 for now. Mika just caught a nade, and now he's moving out there in the open. I don't think there will be a chance for him to get picked up at this point. And look at that. The circle continues to favor Vampire Esports.
Oh, absolutely. What luck. Vampire Esports still gets the circle now. Now it's about them defending the ground against Tribe Aeromacy. Tribe Aeromacy, they also have to be aware of the presence of SM9 that's still around the corner. Vampire Esports, all they need to do is focus onto them. Well, Talon is a bonus, and Traps will get Axel. Can they secure that elimination point? Now will be the other question. But it will be a bonus if they can. Okay, Axel taking damage. He's almost bleeding out. Who will get that point? Onzens switches over. But Axel, point given to Onzens. Vampire with that, dominating 5 eliminations.
Tribe now working with 9. Okay, they're evenly spread out all over the zone here. I think they've gotten some sort of information that Leo's still outside of the zone here. But there you go. Leo made a move and was able to get one from Tribe Aeromacy. And now position had already been compromised here. Leo will definitely defend himself. And this is going to be a 1v1 dance up against XYZ. And Shreps as well was able to defend a compound. Okay, here we go.
Here we go. Omzen's playing now on the Talon. How are they going to get out of this tricky situation? At least they're currently in the circle. But Tony K will get IO. Talon left with 1 active player at the same time. CelcomDigi Alliance out at number 4. 1 elimination point collected this round by them. Vampire Esports. Time for them to wrap things up. Now they switch their attention to Tribe Aeromacy.
Okay, here's the situation. It's a 4v3v1. Okay, your best friend is still alive. Okay, but he's not making his presence felt. I mean, that would be the best tactic that you could go for, considering that you no longer have the firepower to deal with like a full squad here and 3 members. 3 members coming from Tribe Aeromacy. But check it out, 10 elimination points now, double-digit finish for Tribe Aeromacy. They could potentially shut down still Vampire Esports, because Vampire, they need to let go of that compound, so they will have to expose themselves. But your best friend will definitely not having a good time here. Tony K has already set his eyes towards him. Let's see if he can take them down. Yep, your best friend already out of the game.
Yeah, now it's all in focus for Vampire Esports onto Tribe Aeromacy. 3 players left, 4v3. Not impossible yet for Tribe Aeromacy. We're at stage 9. Now the zone will start to put pressure. First the other Tricks at the side. Shrubs gathering information. Shrubs gotta be careful there. Shrubs knocked out by Tricks. Immediately finish off, equalizing the amount of players.
Okay. And this is the kind of play that we expect from Tribe. Okay, it's a 3v3. XYZ is trying to scope down Tony K. Same thing goes with Rig here. It's a 2-1 split for Tribe. Approaching the situation up against the Vampires. Here comes now another nade from Tribe Aeromacy, but no one is actually going for the hard push just yet. Trix is already getting damaged, and Rig knocked down on the ground by Tony K.
Yes, one more that he's looking for is going to be XYZ. Behind that smoke, Newsy's charging forward as well, but Trix moving on down by the blue. Now 1 more to go. They want to finish things off. Newsy's pretty low. He does the Tony K together with him, dancing around with the devil. And the Vampires wins the dance-off.
Vampire said, like, okay, bring it on. But yeah, Tribe, you just got served, baby. But anyway, that was it, you know. Final match here. Vampire Esports scoring their 2nd chicken dinner for day number 2 of the grand finals. Match 12 here in Miramar. But that was still a stellar performance, from Vampire Esports and a valiant effort coming from Tribe Aeromacy. I mean, it was about time, for Tribe to pick up the pace, and they did exactly that. They didn't want to be at the bottom, and with this massive performance, I think, we will see them climb up ranks later on when we show the leaderboard.
Yeah, we will see that one later for sure. Tribe Aeromacy, this is a redemption round for them. But that begs the question of who is number 16 or who is number 1 for the fact, because Vampire Esports, they were last seen on page 1. Now with this chicken dinner, there's a chance they are sitting on the throne now with a crown.
Okay, that's a possibility, but I feel like the team currently at the bottom is still Champions Esports.
I think there's a possibility as well, because this round they didn't really do that well. I don't think they scored many points. So yeah, that's a chance. That's a chance. But the number 1, I have a gut feeling Vampire is now on up there.
Yeah. Tried to add the numbers in my head, but yeah, okay, yeah, that could happen. But anyway, before we dive into the leaderboard, we're gonna talk about the teams to watch in match number 12 here. Again, we've got Vampire Esports, we've got Tribe Aeromacy, Talon, and we also got FaZe Clan. And I'm looking at the number of throwables that they actually used in this game, and it looks like Talon Esports was like 4 nades in the game.
There. Wondering if there's any other team that equalized that number. But we'll be looking at the numbers for now, because now we're going to compare Tricks from Tribe Aeromacy and Dewey from FaZe Clan. Both of them the same amount of damage, a little bit more for Dewey, but Tricks, he did assist his team a bit more. But of course, like what we always say, at the end of the day, it's all about the eliminations, points collected. And both of them did well for their respective teams to score, to bring in the 4 eliminations, so that's okay. But our MVP, it will be XYZ.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. Okay, I think he did a lot of work, exerted a lot of effort as well in being the MVP of the match. So this is a convincing win, for XYZ. 4 elimination points, 687 damage output. I think these are like great stats, for this player.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? If you have 11 utilities used as well, that's like above the average of MVP. But here we also have the other top performers that we also need to mention besides XYZ. Dewey is up here, Trix as well, and Gator from VOIN Donkey. Though I am unconvinced that this is the player for VOIN Donkey, because this is actually the coach for VOIN Donkey. So I don't know. I have trust issues now with teams.
And you all know when these guys are playing an off-season tournament, they love to use pseudo names, and we don't even know if that player is really the one behind the screen. I mean, we have the case of Badger and Rosemary. We still don't know, like, we still don't have any confirmation at all if really Badru was Rosemary playing behind the scenes, right? But match leaderboard, 20 points total for the Vampires. Again, this is the second chicken dinner of the night here. Tribe Aeromacy coming in hot at number 2 with 17 points. Talon Esports with 10. And as for those teams that had a donut, okay, because that was fast, I only saw Alter Ego Ares not bagging any points.
Yeah, so Alter Ego, I thought they were like, oh, they're on a rising trajectory, but they ended the day with 0. Clearly not as hot as yesterday when they set the bar of 19 eliminations in a single round, but yeah. But it's Alter Ego. At least they keep their points afloat to still be in contention for the number 1. And speaking about number 1 points, before we go on to that, it is still Rosemary as our overall MVP. Wow. I'm surprised.
Yeah, and he did take the matches quite on the chill side, so it's just so amazing that he still bagged the MVP title for day number 2 here. 23 and 5,810 damage output. So I think, it was a huge help from yesterday's matches, just because he was able to create that enough buffer to give him that space to still be at the top spot, when it comes to the MVP title.
Yeah, I know, right? I thought that, maybe today would be someone else, but yeah, that's not a surprise to see that. But let's see how close the numbers are. Okay, not that far. Number 2, Tony K. Number 3, Sky, HORAA Esports. Number 4, Adik Luke, CelcomDigi Alliance. Number 5, your best friend. And if we were to compare like Rosemary and Tony K, it's actually quite close in terms of average eliminations, average damage, okay, maybe. But yeah, the numbers are not that like far, like he can't be caught up. So that might change tomorrow if he does not get back to his best form.
I think, what's also commendable is the fact that, your best friend was able to make it to the list here. And, his name has been popping off, from the get-go. And yeah, it's I can say that the player also deserved to be in the roster for the MVP title. But as for the other overall fraggers, again, we got Tony K, we got GK from Team Secret and Trang, and then Axel of Talon Esports.
Yep, so we have 2 representatives of Team Secret here. Well, we can't say that, these 2 players will be carrying the team. Nah, I'm sure it's a team effort to coordinate everything at the end of the day. But welcome, Talon, to the 100-point club at number 1. Wow, okay. So they created a gap between themselves and Alter Ego. A small gap, so that's okay. And number 92 points, FaZe Clan 90 points at number 3. And then yeah, the gap is still okay for teams to catch up, like Vampire Esports. Even after that chicken dinner, they are number 4, 84 points. CelcomDigi Alliance is 79 next to each other, number 6 and 5 respectively. We still have HORAA Esports on page number 1 with 67 points. And then we have Team Secret there. Page number 2, like what you mentioned, Red Queen, that Champions Esports is still at number 16.
And for Talon, after completing 10 matches, not 10, 12 matches for day 2. Yeah, they were the first team to cross the triple-digit score, right? And I can say they are really banking on like the aggressive playstyle, just because of the fact that after just 12 matches, they were able to cross the triple digits. So that to me is already amazing.
Yeah, it is. Triple digit, the first one to break through without anyone else. That's definitely a good one. But I'm pretty sure tomorrow we'll see more teams breaking the triple digit. I mean, that's natural, right? Surely they will start to collect points again tomorrow. And tomorrow is the second half of our grand finals. 2 more days and we'll wrap it up. But that's tomorrow's story, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be wrapping up this show for now. Tomorrow, it will be same time, same channel. My name is Circla together with Red Queen. She has to return to her lair. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.